Good day and good evening, and welcome to Solo Challenge stream with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, it's basically going to be like the last part, you could say, of going through all of the dungeons that we've been doing, because the only ones left, we have 4. I'm pretty sure one of them isn't possible, and the reason why we're skipping Fell Court of Troya is because we actually already went and checked that one. The first boss is actually unbeatable because of a DPS check. And it turns out that not only does it instantly kill you through invulns and defensive cooldowns, the boss casts it twice, just in case the first one doesn't get you. So that's the reason why we're skipping Fell Court of Troya, but we will attempt Alzadaal's Legacy, Aetherfont and Lunar Subterrane, and we will also try Lapis Manalis, but I'm pretty sure we can't meet the DPS check. But maybe the DPS check doesn't kill us, so worth a shot. With that said, as usual, I actually need 3 volunteers to help me enter the duties. The way this works is that you join party with me. You of course need to have the duty available to you so you can join me. We enter the duty as normal, like specifically queuing for it, and once we're inside, you can and should leave. And what I mean by can leave is that because we are a full pre-made entering a specific duty, you do not get any punishment for leaving, when normally if you queue into like a roulette with a full pre-made, if you leave you will still get suspended from duties for a while, like as leaving would with randoms. But this does not happen when we're specifically queuing for one duty and we're a full party. So you're safe to do it. I just need basically 3 players to be in my party for like 2 minutes, and that's it. I can see that Sip is here, and I'm sure he will help me. But I am 2 volunteers short, so if there's anyone that can help in the chat, that would be very nice. With that said, hey Fatman, hey Matthew, hey Gazel, hey Skeleton Orchestra, hey Orkney, hey Zarf, hey Philippe, hey Kaze Dragoon, Giraheen, and Aradil. Hope you're all doing very well. I'll go level any you out. You know, Skeleton Orchestra, there's a very real possibility that sometime in Dawn Trail we might have worldwide data center travel. And the reason why I say might is because as we are right now, you might not know this if you are not subbed at the moment, we have access to OCL, to everyone can actually visit Materia, the OCE data center. At this moment, the OCE, the Materia data center can't visit anyone else, but everyone can go to Australia essentially. And this is used as a test, you could say, to see how it goes. There has been some things like ups and downs with it. So there's a possibility that it takes even longer because they have to think more on it. But right now we have a test at least, so stuff's happening. I have 2 volunteers. I guess. Do I have a 3rd volunteer? Is there anyone in the chat that can come to me or come to Chaos at least for like 2 minutes? I don't know if Siren is actually in the chat. Oh, Zarf is logging in. I will wait for you. Next solo challenge stream, solo on OCE. That sounds like an unnecessary extra challenge. You just do it again, but now with plus 300 MS. But yeah, the plan is essentially, usually what happens on these streams is that throughout the stream people go, oh, you're doing it with Warrior, could it be done with XYZ job instead? For the most part, I can just say this while we wait, Warrior is the strongest contender because among the tanks it is the one with the most self-healing. The strongest competitors other than Warrior would be Paladin and Gunbreaker. but neither of them had the sheer magnitude of power, of healing power scaling that Warrior does. Warrior being essentially immortal for 8 seconds at a time allows it to do way more AoE damage, and typically allows us to, I kid you not, full AoE pull solo, just in a regular duty. In a duty where you are alone, which shouldn't normally be a thing. Paladin and Gunbreaker can't do that, and all healers, all DPS are just, like, they're even further behind. Surely Dark Knight can do it. They have Living Dead once. Once. Yeah, that sounds great, by the way, Philippe. Final Fantasy XII. Right, we have a group, so I'm just going to run over the way that we do it as usual. I will cue us into the duty. You just click yes. The moment we're inside the duty and you can see that I'm there, you can leave. And the reason why it is a case of you can and should leave is because of the thing known as party bonus. Simply being in a group and being more than one person in said group gives you party bonus. Which means that even if all 3 of my volunteers here went tank, I would still get plus 1% strength and vitality, which would not be solo in the same way as being truly solo. So that's the reason why no one can stay other than me, because I have to be alone to lose the party bonus entirely. That's the reason. Right? I think we will go straight into Alzadaal's legacy. Find a way to survive after it ends, wait 300 seconds. Yeah, exactly. The problem is that the reason why Warrior is such a strong job for this particular aspect is because the reason why Paladin and Gunbreaker don't really stand a chance in comparison is because they can't actually kill the packs fast enough. Like, there's no way. Right. Thank you so much. Hey, Brontom. Hope you're doing well. And Cole. And Vince. And Traverse. I think this pull might actually be tough. I don't know if these guys are ranged. Sometimes they appear to not be. Usually those kind of mobs are ranged. They have ranged attacks. Okay. Ow, ow. They have a ranged, very, very small mini tank buster. And it's something that could trip me up. I have to make sure that I don't waste all of my HP fighting them. Ugh. I'd prefer to hit the monkeys with my attacks so that they die off first. They seem to be the bigger threat. Especially because the other guys waste time doing circle AoEs, apparently. They do hit hard. I can't just stand my ground without any extra healing available. Why are you so far away specifically? The specific one that I decided to focus just goes, I'll hang in the back. I'll be over here if you need me. Again, okay. Okay, all of them are just falling behind now. They really want to do the rock throw. There's an argument to be made that focusing down individuals in the pack might not be optimal for damage. Because it of course means that I do less AoE when I get in close. But the safety of potentially being able to stay in range for longer might be worth the trade-off. Is this the perfect time to once again say warrior's perfectly balanced? That one is the important one. The rest of the pack doesn't really matter because they're all melee. But that guy has bad breath. Vengeance Wedding in Dawn Trail. Oh yeah, I did read that it appears that not only is Warrior getting an upgrade to Vengeance, but apparently people have discovered that there's a very real possibility that all 4 tanks are getting an upgrade to their 2-minute defensive cooldown with a 30% damage reduction effect. I wonder how they could possibly make Vengeance better. The funny thing is, Defender, is that you see the kind of shenanigans I'm doing here. You probably don't want to do that in a group with, like, other players. But that, of course, still demonstrates that you don't need necessarily healing assistance. You know, Matthew, that would be the funniest surprise if that was all they did with it. All the 2-minute cooldown, defensive cooldowns just get upgraded to, oh, well, now they're 40%. I mean, that's technically an upgrade, but wouldn't it feel a little bit meh? And that's why I'm a little bit confused as to why they're all getting this. Is specifically because I'm going, what could they possibly give you? Like, what could they do with the 2-minute defensive cooldown that you would actually want? And yeah, absolutely do that, Traverse. We don't know. We don't even know if those things that have been data mined, like, hypothetically, they might not even be real. Like, it might not even be anything we'll see go to live. I also remember back just before Dawn Trail, just before Endwalker came out. We saw some leaks of basically all of the tooltips for tanks and healers, at the very least. And I did see a bunch of things that weren't actually like that when it came to live. Like a particular one that I mentioned before is that Sage's Holos was just a heal, and I believe on a 1-minute cooldown, just like Fey Blessing. And Neuma was the one that gave damage reduction. Which makes sense because Expedient, which is the Scholar equivalent, gives 10% damage reduction. It's like it was like mirrored. And then I guess they came to the conclusion that Neuma did a bit too many things at once and Holos was very boring. Thoughts on the markers that denote an enemy will spawn in that AoE? I mean, do you mean like the one where they have 4 markers and then 4 mobs spawn? I mean, that's okay. Also, hey, Perrin. I mean, Skeleton Orchestra, it's not a unique marker, it's just a regular, like, telegraph marker. It's not special. Which is why I'm a bit like, I mean, it's fine. Because it isn't, like, it could use a little bit, like, it could be a little fancier, but if it's the only mob in the game, like, if it's the only instance where this happens, so it's really rare, then it might not need a special fancy schmancy marker for it in particular. Well, that is going to be the hard part of this boss. I've always had a bit of a difficulty with tracking where those tentacles go. Hey, Steve. Hope you're doing well. I'm of the opinion, by the way, that Warrior is severely overpowered with Bloodwetting, and I would first of all not be surprised, but I would not be mad if they nerfed Bloodwetting. And I've played Warrior substantially more than the other tanks this expansion, so it would be like them nerfing my main in terms of tanks. But I think it's perfectly reasonable. I think it's a bad thing that there is a tank that is this good at something that it makes the 3 other tanks look like idiots by comparison. Like, I think that's not healthy, because it leads to situations where, like, it can be difficult for players to learn. Like, imagine a new healer player, right? I know Warrior gets raw intuition like level 56, but if you're learning healing, that's a really long journey, and it might take you a long time before you start to recognize that sometimes my tank just does all the healing themselves, and a lot of other times they don't. And then you start to realize, oh, it's because it's a warrior. And I've had cases where people actually, like, those are rare. They're rare. But I have had instances where people have basically, like, been frustrated that they do, like, expert roulette. And their tank happens to not be a warrior. Because that means they, like, this healer now has to work harder. Asterisk has to work at all, potentially. Similar to how I've seen cases where warriors have complained when their healer's a white mage because, God forbid, that their vengeance loses a few hits. I'm really glad to hear that, external hard drive. Thank you, and welcome to the game. And yes, exactly, Cole. Warrior plus 3 DPS is the pre-made level 90 dungeon meta. And to some degree, this can work from the moment you get raw intuition and equilibrium. So like level 58, it might be possible. And I think that's not a good thing, that that's the standard. So that's why I'm saying, like, my perspective on this is that it would not surprise me. It would not surprise me if either Warrior's Bloodwetting gets nerfed severely for AoE, by which I mean maybe they'll make it so that Bloodwetting, like, heals for like 800 potency on the first swing, or maybe even just 600, like slightly more, but every subsequent target it's like 50 potency, so that it, like, instead of it going 400, 800, 1200, 1600, as you like add targets, it instead becomes 600, 650, 700, 750, which would mean Warrior would still be insanely good at self-sustain on a single target. But their self-healing on AoE would suddenly, like, become mortal instead, right? Like, become a little bit more reasonable. That's one way I think it could go. There's also the possibility they don't do anything about it and go, no, this is fine. But I think also a possible way they might go with it is that Bloodwedding doesn't get more stronger, like they leave it like this, but the 3 other tanks get massive buffs to their self-sustain to make them like catch up to Warrior. Which, I mean, if that's what the developers want, if the developers want tanks in dungeons to be so effective that they don't actually need the healer, then that would be the way to do that. I just think that it's a little bad if only one of the tanks can do that. Specifically because of how it can have this effect of people basically feeling like you're memeing because you're not choosing to play warrior when you're doing dungeons, which is absurd. And yeah, exactly, Gleaming. That's kind of the reason why I'm leading with they might make Bloodwedding a little less insane, because Bloodwedding is so insane right now that giving something similar to the other tanks would essentially mean that the healer might be unnecessary in dungeons just entirely, which is not good. Also, hey Catch, and Yogurt, and Warcraft Traveler, and Yek. Hope you're doing well. See, that would also be an interesting approach, Matthew. Just give healers their cleric stance back. That's also a possibility, Chrono. That is actually also a possibility. And you know what? I think that would also be fine. Because I think what's interesting about this is that if they nerf Bloodwedding, you will have a lot of warriors screaming in rage and fury, which they're really good at. They're warriors. They would all inner release. And if you buff all the other tanks, then you might, then at least they're happy that they're now on par with warriors. If they then of course you'll have all of the healers get really mad that now their job is redundant until you get into duties and you start to realize that if you're not healing the tank, they will die in those 17 seconds where they're not immortal. Which would be extremely funny, but yes, as Matthew said, that would be so much damage. Hey Mia, hope you're doing well. And yeah, I do think I'm winning. Although we've just started. Does the floor red and blue bubbles mean anything? In this fight, one of the tentacles gives a debuff that makes you... one of them gives you a vulnerability stack, making you take more damage. The other one instead places a damage over time effect on you. I believe it's the same with those bubbles, because they're the same, like red and blue colors. Not 100% sure. Because I'm usually focused on not getting hit at all. But they appear as an effect of AoE damage. And yeah, that is also true, Chrono. If they made all of the tanks heal that much and then made enemies hit way harder to compensate, then you have an arms race where where the developers are essentially giving the tanks insane survivability and then giving the mobs they're fighting insane damage output to compensate. It's like this is a World of Warcraft comparison which I have done many times and will probably do again. But in World of Warcraft there was a very long period that went from Wrath of the Lich King, I believe, till up to and including Mists of Pandaria, where Uh-oh. Where bosses basically had to, everything they did to the tank, every time they as much as sneezed in the general direction of the tank, it had to do like 90% of the tank's HP, because healers had the capacity to instantly fully heal a tank in Wrath of the Lich King. Over time, it instead became, I mean, the tank itself can heal it. I didn't know that could move. Huh? Why are you here? Did you know it could move? What? But because of this arms race, it meant that most bosses, if they were actually difficult, they would usually just spam one-shots, like, that did like 99% of your HP and damage, and you just had to like mass cooldown it every time. Which isn't super fun, and that's essentially where we would be headed if we gave all the tanks insane self-sustain and then went. And now we just need to make sure that the healers actually have a job as well. So I don't think that would be a good idea. But it would be a solution, I guess. Like, it would do something. And yeah, that is also true, Aiko. The thing is, that's the reason why I said that they could make it so that Warrior's single target healing gets boosted a bit more, which they don't need. But if they did that, and then, like, nerfed their AoE healing capacity so that it was a little less insane, then they could establish Warrior as the tank that heals itself. Like, that's the thing Warrior does, which it's already the tank that heals itself. Now, ironically, it's not the Dark Knight that does that. But they could make that as a decision, and then just make sure that it is not too unfairly scaling on AoE. But it would absolutely be very good, because when you're soloing content, being able to, like, being a little bit worse at doing damage, being a little bit worse at tanking damage, but instead being also good at healing yourself, like basically being able to do all three roles at once, is a lot more important than being able to do one of them really well. And that's basically where Warrior is at. That Warrior is exceptionally good at healing itself, which means that it can double as its own healer. Why would Dark Knight heal itself? It's more so because Dark Knight is known to be the tank that is like the HP manipulation job among the four. But not in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, originally Dark Knight was the one that spent HP to attack, right? But the way you could justify a tank spending its own HP to attack would be to, like, give it more than normal amounts of HP. Even for a tank, like, make it so that Dark Knight had, like, potentially slightly more HP than the other tanks all the time. But instead, the Dark Knight needs to use its HP as a resource, and then just give it ways to heal itself as well. But that is true, Brontom. I guess the reason why it doesn't do that, as it's fantasy in Final Fantasy XIV, is because instead the MP that you have is kind of like the dark energy building up in you that you then spent to attack. So you're not spending your actual health, but instead you're spending your dark side, so to speak. But then Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Because I believe in the introductory, like the first job quest you have, you're like building up your dark side by hurting yourself. Like you're actually like picking up orbs or something, which hurts you. And I know, Ymir, it is true, Dark Knight is often a DPS in other Final Fantasy games. But how many games are Dark Knight in where there is such a distinction as a tank or a DPS? Like, Dark Knight in its original game when it was introduced was nothing because there was no roles in that. It was just a heavy armor wearing character that could spend its HP for like a large AoE attack, I believe. That was it. And it also became Paladin. Ymir says Final Fantasy 3 and Final Fantasy 11. In Final Fantasy 3, there was no such thing as a tank, so saying that it was a DPS is meaningless. In Final Fantasy 11, it was a DPS, but does that mean... is that the same as usual? Like, you know what I mean? Like, they did it once. It's not necessarily the same as usual. Is what I'm getting at. And yeah, exactly, Gleaming. Dark Knight is Cecil's job for a part of the story. And yes, exactly, Cole. That is actually the reason why you would need to have self-healing to justify having HP as a cost. Because if you had HP as a cost, but you're not actually capable of recovering it yourself, then as you said, it becomes the healer's problem. There were soft rolls in Final Fantasy 3. So who was the tank in Final Fantasy 3? Because if there were soft rolls, then what makes a tank a tank? That's kind of the problem, is that like if like in Final Fantasy, I believe Final Fantasy 3 came out so long ago that we weren't really talking MMO logic and stuff. More HP and aggro draw. Can you draw aggro in Final Fantasy 3? Can you force an enemy to attack you specifically in Final Fantasy 3? And being frontline doesn't count because melee quote-unquote DPS would also have to be in the front line. You can. How? Vikings provoke command, so only Viking was a tank, or what? Is that the argument we're bringing here? Only Viking is a tank, and all other classes in the game are either healers or DPS, and whether you're a healer or not is decided by whether you can heal or not, which means Red Mage is a healer. Knight can shield others. But does that mean draw aggro? Anyway, I feel like it's opinion against opinion at this point. This is also not super what we were talking about, I guess. The reason why I'm making this argument that there aren't really roles is more so because if we're saying that there are tanks, DPS, and healers and stuff like that, then we would also have to assume that you would need some of everything. But I'm reasonably confident that you don't need either a knight or a Viking in every lineup. In fact, in some fights, they're probably not particularly helpful at all. That's also true, Perrin. That's also a good point. There's a lot of types of tanks. Despite this, now that we are on the subject of what roles certain jobs used to play, wasn't Samurai a job that was capable of tanking in 11? Like, the thing is with 11 is that roles were a little softer because, I mean, technically, you could just give a job the capacity to hold aggro. That's all it really needs to be able to tank. Now, a completely different argument is whether you would want that. Like, maybe it's better at DPSing, or better at tanking, or better at healing. And sometimes you do something a bit of both. What was it? Paladins, I believe, was it I heard in 11? Tanks by healing. Which is, of course, totally balanced and totally unheard of. And that is also true, Tristan. We've seen Caetsu be a tank samurai when needed. 6px says, is Warrior and Blue Mage the only class where the solo sync is possible? Depends on the duty. If you go, like, I have this, like, this entire series of solo challenge is on a playlist on the channel. If you go far enough back, you'll see me solo stuff with Scholar and Gunbreaker and Dark Knight even. And Sage I've tried with. It depends on what they have. For example, Warrior is still one of the stronger options in lower levels, but they don't get overpowered until level 56, which is where you will also see in this solo challenge series that once we reach level 56, I basically have only used Warrior and then Blue Mage once or twice, maybe, just to demonstrate something usually. But Scholar is actually possibly the strongest, like, second place, I would say. I have actually a video on where I ranked the best soloing jobs in the game. And Scholar is insanely good. It's just that after level 56, or after you get out of A Realm Reborn content, bosses start hitting a lot harder. And bosses start to play around the kind of shenanigans that you use as a scholar to make it work. Like, bosses start to run faster, so you can't kite them. So endless spamming of Ruin 2 stops working. Tank busters start hurting way more, so even if you get at Loquium up, you need it to crit or you die. Which is too, like, inconsistent. You can't do anything with that. Meanwhile, Warrior gets Raw Intuition, so there's just no reason to do it with any other job. I do believe that is true, as Emir said, that Thancred was a gladiator as tank in low-level duty support or something like that. I'm pretty sure. Anti-tower. Are you also soloing trials only dungeons? The reason why we're just doing dungeons is because the trials in this level range are not soloable. Like, they're essentially just, it's just not happening. Synced. Which is what we're doing. And the reason why I can say that so confidently without even checking is because, like, for example, the first trial in Endwalker, there is a 4 times hitting stack marker, which will kill you with each hit if you're alone, completely. You can use Holmgang on it, but he uses it more frequently than every 4 minutes, so you will die. So that's the reason why I'm kind of skipping over trials. But we have done some trials back earlier in the challenge where some bosses were more doable. Here's a fun fact, Perrin. P1 was so easy that Gunbreaker and Paladin also soloed it. On patch. As in, boss comes out. A few weeks later, someone goes, I think I can solo this. And then does it. And then other people go, yeah, me too. I don't think I saw Dark Knight solo of it, but Paladin and Gunbreaker can do it. But P1N is just weird in that respect. Like, it's the outlier. Yeah, that is the reason, is essentially because you were looking for Susano. Well, here's the thing, Simit. You cannot solo Susano. You can't. Not with a normal job, and not even unsynced in full 660 gear. You can't do it. It is impossible. I actually made a video about this months and months ago. I believe it's called something like... you cannot solo Final Fantasy XIV, but why not? And one of the reasons is Susano is unbeatable. At around, if I remember correctly, it is at around 50%, he will queue up the intermission as his next action, which means you would have, you know, until the current mechanic he's doing finishes to kill him. But he has an extra wrinkle where when he hits like 40% HP, he instantly switches to the intermission. Like, he'll just cancel out of his... Like, he'll just animation cancel out what he's doing and do the intermission. And you cannot solo the intermission. The sword has too much HP for something like a ninja Doton to beat it. And all other options will not work. You can't use pets because pets will not attack something you have not attacked first, and the sword does not become attackable until after you've intercepted it. So pets will not work, which means that your only options are jobs that can place an AoE freely on the floor preemptively and then engage. And that means your only option is ninja, and Doton isn't strong enough. And it also doesn't help that the sword doesn't become targetable until like one tick after Doton starts. So yeah, you get even less value. As Matthew said, blue power, that is because the only job that can solo Susano is Blue Mage, and Blue Mage can do it by farming 50% echo, getting Susano as close as possible, doing the full damage buff setup, and then just final sting and one-shotting him, and you need it to be like a critical direct hit. Then you can do it. The reason why that doesn't really matter is because, well, I mean, if you're trying to solo the game at large, then it is significant to keep in mind that when Blue Mage completes a regular quest task, like beating Susano, it does not count. Like, the game will actually not count it as completed. You need to do it with a normal job, for some reason. And then secondarily, if any job can do it, it's Blue Mage, right? We all know that. I mean, Salted Earth is also an option. The problem why I don't even count it when I'm talking about Susano is because of the following. You need to kill the sword twice. You only get Salted Earth once in that time frame, so it doesn't matter. That's the reason why I don't even mention Dark Knight in that context normally, is because it wouldn't work. And in case of the Salted Earth thing, I have actually talked about Salted Earth and tested Salted Earth quite extensively on Final Fantasy XIV Mythbusters, if you're interested, Gleaming. Salted Earth is a placed AoE, which is a unique middle ground between a pet and a dot and a player. Dots snapshot your current state when applied. Pets scale with you real time, and your target real time for that matter, if that matters to you. Placed AoEs snapshot your stats when placed, but they scale real time with the debuffs on your target. Which means that if you as a Dark Knight get an Astrologian card and you play Salted Earth, then it will benefit from the card for the full duration, even if the card runs out. If you put down Salted Earth and a ninja applies Mug to the target, then Salted Earth will only benefit from Mug's damage increase until Mug ends. Interestingly, Ninja has Doton, which has the exact same kind of interaction with Trigger Tag and Mug. Isn't that something? And that is also a good point, Matthew. There's a possibility that when we get to Dawn Trail, that we will finally get enough epic echo that it is possible to, like, just have a ninja force their way through Susano with Doton. But yeah, the only option to solo Susano normal is ninja, and ninja can't do it. Like, that's basically, that's the reason why I know that it can't be done, because that's the only one that could possibly do it, and they can't do it. Remember whether Ninja is closer to being able to solo with Doton or Hyosho? I would assume that, well, I would assume that Hyosho is closer, but I'm not sure how close it is. Also, in regards to Ymir soloing Phoenix, I don't think that's possible. But hey, you could always, just bully Phoenix in a full party that is synced instead of doing it minimum item level, which makes Phoenix have the edge. He also needs to do double its current. Yeah, in regards to Doton, the thing that I specifically remember is that that Doton, as far as I remember, it wasn't even close to being able to do it. Like, as in, it wasn't like, oh, if just it did one more tick of damage, you would be able to do it. It was, like, worse than that. Hey, Cyanide, hope you're doing well. That could be Ymir. Then you could go in, but again, I don't know if you can, because Phoenix has the intermission where you have to deal with two ads, and they have to be split up, and you have to do it twice. I don't know if that can be dealt with alone. But yeah, that's the reason, Simet. That's the reason why you wouldn't be able to find me attempting to solo Susano. Because I tried. I specifically made a video looking like... Funny story is that it's not unusual whenever we talk about what can and cannot be soloed on these streams, that people are like, well, Wrath, this and that. I made the video about whether you can solo Final Fantasy XIV when I noticed the thumbnail of his first episode of soloing Final Fantasy XIV with his, like, Iron Man playthrough, I think you could call it. Like, I already knew by then that it isn't going to work. And I even glossed over the fact that you wouldn't be able to do Crystal Tower alone, but he found a way. And that's the important part, that we have fun with our own challenges, right? And Susano would be the same. He would probably have to bring a person just to hold the sword for him or something. Then he would be able to solo it, I'm pretty sure. He would be able to, he would at least have a chance. I don't know if it's actually possible to solo the duty if we, like, synced, if we look beyond that. How did he find a way with Crystal Tower? Oh, he brought, like, 15 people and just, like, commanded them to do as little as possible. But he brought as few people, I guess, as he needed to be able to do it. And then just made sure that everyone only did the bare minimum that was needed for him to beat it. Which is not solo. But he wouldn't even have been able to enter alone, so, you know. I think it was an interesting, like, compromise, and that's why I think he'll also find a way with Susano. But that's the thing that is also different with me soloing here, is that I'm checking if it is possible. If it's not possible, then I will just try, discover that it's not possible, and report that it is not possible. And that's it. Like, that's the end of the story. What he did was he brought only other people who were doing solo challenges. He was the main tank in a party alone, and if he died, they wiped. That is quite interesting. It's not too out of the... It's too surprising to me that he could find 15 people that were doing that, because I know that a lot of people got inspired to do solo challenges of their own as a result of his playthrough. So probably a lot of them had reached that point. If I remember correctly... Yeah. I'll just not use inner release. I'll just use it after the spinny animation thing. Turn this bird into bread. Yeah, exactly, Philippe. That is the important thing, and that's also why I'm not saying... Like, I don't think that there's anything bad about him doing that. Like, the alternative would have been that he just went, well, I can't solo Crystal Tower, so this is where the journey ends, or something. I think it's a lot more interesting that he tried to do something. He could have also just said, I will just not count Crystal Tower, because I need to beat it. I will just beat it and just pass on all loot, or something. But he did decide to make something out of it, which I think is a good thing. Hey, Sokap, hope you're doing well. Asian Prime, so he's an ARF, is that right? Oh, I thought that would do way more damage. I think I could have survived that without any cooldowns, actually. Yeah, that could be funny, Mia. Who knows, maybe they'll have a boss, like the first trial is also some sort of bird. And you have trouble with that one. Maybe that happens. I'm not saying that that should happen, I'm just saying that it would be incredibly funny if it did, wouldn't it? Like, it just turns out that all birds just hate Ymir. For some reason. Now that I think about it, I don't remember ever seeing him do the spinny mechanic more than twice. So I wonder if he gets even more creative with it the next time. What itemable loot drops here? 575. I think I can just take this. Oh, I shouldn't take this, but I can. I get the impression this boss is having one of those cases where it's confused, like, how am I still alive? I'm supposed to be dead by now. Like, he had that case of, like, that you may have seen on bosses earlier, where he just, like, stood there for a bit, and did some auto attacks for a bit, and then, like, went, I guess I'll do this mechanic again, then. And weirdly, a lot of dungeon bosses have this thing where they'll do their, like, feature mechanic twice, and then just never again. Hey, Bad Angel. Hope you're doing well. Dizzy? No, I feel like he forgot about the mechanic already. He's done this loop 3 times now, with no spinnies. On the one hand, that means this is going to take a little less time. On the other hand, that's boring. Why only twice, Capicolo? Did you run out of juice? Where that juice at? Spinning is now illegal. No spinning. Is this the 4th loop? It looks like he also forgot how to do the stack marker. Which, I mean, that's probably for the best. I think his tank buster hit harder. Which is weird. Oof. Anyone who's got crafters and gatherers, which should I level first? Depends on what you like, Cyanide. You could do a little bit of both. Depends, like, if you want to supply your own materials, it might be more fun to level them together, all together, even though that would take a really long time. If you're just going to go market board anyway for the crafters, then it might be easier to just, like, do them, like, each one to, like, level 50 one at a time or something. But ultimately, you can do what you like. I also do agree that if you have to choose either crafters or gatherers completely first, then gatherers is probably easier, because if you have a quest for one of your crafters where you need to craft something in particular and the item, the material you need isn't on the market board, then you can just go and get it yourself because you have your crafters leveled. Whereas the gatherers would just be a matter of gathering the item. I know, right, Kirin? I mean, he tried it twice and it didn't work. That is a good point, Sixpack. Maybe that's the reason. I also feel like I've just been standing on this side a lot. Is he bad at choosing the correct thingy? You could get your EFC mates to do it for you. I mean, if you're in an FC with people that have their gatherers leveled. sometimes you're the person in the FC with the leveled crafters and gatherers for the majority of your leveling experience. Oh, he switched it up. Now I have to move my seat over to the other side. On the bright side, Lexi, if I was a healer, it would have taken even longer. I remember, what was it? Kata's Cry. Back at like level 38. Scholar, you don't have Ether Flow yet, but you do have Ruin 2, which costs more MP. I remember that I had to stop casting Ruin 2 and either do nothing for a bit, I like actually nothing, just to recover some MP so that I could attack again, or switch to Ruin 1 because it cost 100 MP less to cast. So like, that's when I realized how big of a deal it is when your healer doesn't have its own like built-in healing option or MP recovery option yet. Hey Fila, hope you're doing well. This is the first duty, and we're nearly finished. I would say the scariest part of the duty was probably the room with the ramparts. You know, the gates? It turns out that when they finish summoning all of the mobs, they start auto-attacking with a ranged attack. And they can fly. As in, they can move. As in, they'll chase you down the hall. But I didn't even know they could move. But yeah, Alzadaal's Legacy, really, really easy actually. See, it took 55 minutes. I think that was... How long did Stigma Dreamscape and Smileton take? Was that an hour each? Or was it 50 minutes? Yeah, Phil, I think everyone in the chat was like, what? They can move? But yeah, imagine as a scholar that in Kata's Cry, on the final boss has so much HP that if you just spam Ruin 2 from start to finish, while like using Lucid Dreaming efficiently, you will run out of MP before the boss dies. Which of course means that it takes many minutes to do that. More exciting watching this dungeon than doing this dungeon in a group. It's a very easy dungeon, yeah. Oh, well, Cole, the good news are that it sounds like they're learning something from that. And speaking of learning something, the next duty is going to be the one that I'm reasonably certain we can't actually beat. Can I prevail on Zaf, Zip, and Ardell to help me in again? The reason why... I'll just preface by saying the reason why I don't think Lapis Manalis is soloable is because So the first boss, no issue. I think there's a stack marker that might hurt. I'm pretty sure there's a stack marker. The second boss has mechanics that will give you Doom, but I'm pretty sure that those mechanics are only if you get hit by a telegraph. Meaning that failing to do something that requires more people, like the meteor drops, will hurt but not give Doom. Which means that it is doable. The final boss, however, has a DPS check. He has the intermission where he goes over to summon the wave of all waves, and you need to break all 4 spikes in the ground before that. And I have never have that fail. Like, I've never seen what happens if that fails. But I'm like, given that fail Court of Troyes DPS check on the first boss, notably not the final boss, but the first boss, is a strict you die if you fail it with no chance of recovery. It's just instant death. The final boss of a later dungeon probably has that too, right? So Kip, it's complicated, but generally you will have like a week to collect a crafted gear set before the raid comes out proper, like the Savage version, as far as we know. So you don't have like super turbo rush, but you will have to like if you want to be max level and clear the MSQ, then you have to like get a move on. I think you may have 1 to 2 weeks to do that. And then the normal raid comes out, and then a week, and then the Savage raid comes out. I believe that is the cadence that they're going with, based on what we've seen throughout Endwalker. How much skill you need is hard to say, but I can say that if you want to be the strongest, most powerful Savage raider in existence, the best thing you can do to prepare yourself is collect money. Like, get more gil. Because, I mean, once the crafted sets are on the market, all the Savage raiders will probably want one. Right. But that's the reason why I don't think Lapis Manalis is doable. But it wouldn't be the first time that we go into duty where I don't think it can be done because of the DPS check, only for either, 1, the DPS check to be possible like we saw in Alamigo, or 2, the DPS check being irrelevant because the failure state doesn't kill you for some reason like we saw in Hell's Lit. Yeah, if you want a Savage raid, what you will need is, a full crafted set, probably, as much materia as you can get so that you might be able to, pentameld it, right? Although, if you're not, expecting to be, a world-first competitor, it's probably fine if you just meld it. That's probably already pretty good. Then you will also need food. You will also need tinctures. And food and tinctures you will need a steady supply of, so that can become very expensive because everyone will need that. The gear, you only need 1 set for the most part, so that might not be too expensive. But as Cole says, materia is the killer, because to pentameld 1 item, you will need potentially dozens and dozens and dozens of presumably grade 11 materia. Ronsom says tank queue is short, you can probably 90 each tank in a month's time. I mean, I remember I got basically, and also thank you for getting me inside, I maxed out all jobs in Endwalker from 80 to 90 in, I think 2.5 months while working a full-time job and also making videos. So it's about being efficient. But of course, that is of course from 80, not from 1. Whoops. Cyanide says, what exactly does pentamelding mean? If you have a crafted piece of equipment, notably not an augmented crafted piece of equipment, so just a regular one, you can melt 2 materia into a chest piece, for example, 1 into accessories and things like that. When you try to, you can with normal, with dungeon gear and raid gear and stuff like that, where pentamelding isn't available, if you have already filled the materia slots and try to click the meld materia button, it will just say that there's no more space. If you try to do it with a crafted piece of equipment, it will allow you to do it, and you can still, like, you can put the biggest materia you have in it. Like, if you could put 2 grade 10s into the piece, then you can put a third E in. But there's only a 1 in 6 chance of it actually succeeding, when normally it's 100%, right? After you put 1 extra materia in, you can only use materia specifically, quote-unquote, intended to be for pentamelding. You can see on grade 9 materia that they lack a specific restriction that the grade 10s have, which means that you can actually put more materia in if you're using grade 9s beyond that first overmeld. And the maximum restriction is you can at most have 5 materia in any piece of equipment. So that means that you can have the amount of materia allotted to the piece originally, plus 1 if you overmeld it, and then you can put weaker materia in beyond that until you hit 5. It should also be mentioned that, I think as others said, you cannot pentameld at the NPCs. They don't know how to do it. You need a crafter to do it. However, I do believe they made it so that you can do it with any crafter, which means that indeed, if you just level Culinarian, you can cook some materia into your gear if you like. Six, 8, and 10 are the only materia with overmeld restrictions. Presumably, with Dawn Trail, we will get grade 11 and 12 will also have this restriction. And there's also the part that you wouldn't want, like, grade 4s in your gear anyway, if they can have anything greater than that. Make sure your gear's seasoned, exactly. What is it doing? Is it just spamming that? Do we have another case of a mob going, I wasn't expecting to get this far? It's a level restriction on overmelding. You need to be, I believe you need to have a level 80 crafter to overmeld level 90 gear or something like that. It might even be a level 90 crafter to overmeld level 90 gear. But yeah, you actually need to level your crafters and gatherers as well, or specifically your crafters. Just like you need to have a high enough level crafter, appropriate crafter even, to repair gear yourself. And indeed, lower grade materia can sometimes be good for crafters and gatherers, because maybe you just really want to max out this particular stat. And a grade 4 would be good enough. And lower grade materia have a higher success rate when overmelding. And they also are guaranteed to come out, like, to be returned when you take them back out. Thank you, Matthew. Melding is equal. Repairs -10. I can't remember at least. Repair looks right. But yet it says so on the item. It actually says on the item what you need. Repair level 80 goldsmith on this one. Materia melding, any disciple of the hand, level 90. Cyanide, all crafters, at the very least, learn manipulation, which is an extremely good action from their class quests, at like level 65 or something. Gatherers learn traits that increase their resource regeneration and stuff like that, among other things. There's also some features of the role that is unlocked, like of the job, that are unlocked by doing those quests, so you should always do them. Even on crafters and gatherers. It's a pretty funny case when it's not unusual that players are like, well, I just did this live quest and power level by just handing in items that other people made, and then like, yeah, but you don't have this particular action you need. So you're actually a bad crafter or gatherer. So you always want to do them. For anyone confused by what Cole is asking about, we have in the community Discord, we have Capstriker, who is frequenting there, that has this, they do this thing where they try to beat current content, like the final boss in the Courage Savage raid tier, which is shorthand P12S, with 1 tank and 1 healer, which means 6 DPS. And apparently they're making a group right now. I'm guessing they're on NA, given that the Goal is asking. Right, he's at Ether. Sorry. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Does EU do some community stuff too? I mean, Capstriker sometimes do these groups on EU. He just has characters everywhere. I don't even know if it's a he. They do these kind of things on both EU and NA. I've seen. And in regards to myself, I mean, whenever I do streams where we do like dailies and such, I invite you to come along. Which means that, like, 2 times a week, I'll do something where you can participate if you want. But it isn't always something super creative. It's just that this particular day, what we're doing is I'm doing something alone. And that's also a good point, Irene. It might not be the smartest to get your first clear of P12S in such an unusual way. Or maybe it is. Maybe Cole and Capstriker can fill us in and be like, no, it's actually better if you do it in this weird janky way. Who knows? First boss time. Took 10 minutes to clear the trash. Wait, is the stampede happening behind him? Well, that makes things easier for me. How much does it hurt? Hit me! Really? That's like 2 patches later. And Albion is doing like, I think like 10%, 15% more damage with his Tank Buster than the final boss in Alzadaal's Legacy. I mean, it's like it's at least one raid tier later, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Lapis Manalis was raid tier 2, right? I think. What rating the second boss gives me? I'm guessing I get the lowest one. Or maybe she just looks at me and is like, why are you alone? What are you doing? I know that I could have moved forward earlier, but it's just not worth the risk. If I get a vulnerability stack, it's a nightmare. Is it 6.2? Well, we had, let's see, we had between Lapis and Alzadaal, we had Fell Court of Troy, right? That is 6.3. Okay, thank you. Yeah. And I believe Alzadaal's was 6.1, right? Also, it seems like I once again done my classic move of, I'm pretty sure this boss has a stack marker, and then he doesn't. What was it? Was it Shadowbringer stuff? Where I kept going, I'm pretty sure this dungeon has a stack marker, I'm pretty sure this boss has a stack marker, I'm pretty sure this guy has a stack marker, only for them to never, ever, ever having stack markers. I think that was it. Two-thirds of the way, approximately. Thank you, Sip. Stack isn't equal to spread. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I just picture this boss, and I'm like, surely he has a stack marker. I can't imagine him not having one. Like, I just think it, and go, he probably has one. I can even see the stack marker. Like, if I think about it, the stack marker is in the phase where he brings down the cubes and hops around and smacks them. For some reason, I just pictured there was a stack marker there, but that's exactly where there's the spread markers, right? For solo player, what's the difference? Well, the interesting difference between a stack marker and a spread marker is that stack markers have a tendency to hurt way more. What did you do, Emir? You also did what? You stacked it. You also thought there was fun. Fair enough. Then I'm not the only one who has a bad memory. Don't worry. The important thing is it's worse if we think if I'm going, I don't think there's a stack marker, and then there is one. That's way worse than if I go, I think there's a stack marker, and then there isn't one. Because the reason why I'm saying I think there is a stack marker is because under most situations, when the boss is balanced properly, the stack marker will be the most painful mechanic the boss has. Because while the tank boss will hurt a lot, the stack marker is supposed to be shared. So obviously it'll hurt even more. But this isn't always the case. Usually the bosses I've had the most trouble with in this entire challenge has almost always been either some mechanic that is outright impossible to beat alone, like a DPS check, but if it has been something where it was genuinely doable, but just really, really hard, it was almost always a stack marker. Almost always a stack marker. What's it again? The boss with green, the dungeon with Greenvard. The second boss was harder because it had a stack marker that ignored the damage reduction. And did 80% of my HP every time. And the second boss in Castrum Abani, I believe it's called, where the second boss, the one with the Copeth and all that, that got reworked, he just spams like soak pillars you have to deal with, and just stacks vulnerability stacks as a result, which makes the stack marker that comes later a one-shot. I remember, like, if I remember correctly, when I beat it, it was like part luck. Hey, Packerman! Hope you're doing well. If you start a new account, what class would you do if you want to carry hard in PvE? I mean, Warrior's really strong at the moment. It depends on how you want to carry. My personal opinion is that healers have the strongest capacity to make a group succeed where they should not normally. Meaning that you alone, with your power alone, can make a group as a whole defeat a boss, even though everyone else doesn't know what they're doing. A tank might not be able to do that in the same capacity, but they can sometimes just solo the boss themselves. So it depends on what you're feeling. So I would like say Warrior's a good choice. And if you want to be a healer, then personally I feel like Sage or Scholar has the strongest capacity to do this carrying thing I mentioned. But you can't start as those. So you would have to start as like as Arcanist, become Scholar, and then when you reach level 70 you could of course become Sage. If you want to. And BSR, the dungeon we are specifically talking about is actually this boss. Specifically this boss. Because I went in thinking this boss has a stack marker, and it doesn't. And I've said this with so many bosses at this point in the solo challenge, that it has basically become like a thing. That I'm like, this boss is a stack marker, doesn't it? Does not. And yes, that is correct, Vince. The old way the Copeth boss worked is that he would say, you know, no, my cup runneth over with lightning or something. And then he would get a debuff that makes it so that he is quote-unquote weak to lightning, specifically. And then he would put like 3 circles, and one of them gives you a lightning enhancement. Now, the problem is that if you don't have that enhancement, he will reflect back at you and do like a fourth or a third of your HP and damage, which meant that the way that this fight usually played out is that if you knew how to do it, you would just, you know, grab the correct buff and nothing happened. And then like 2 players in your group would just die. Like they would just die and not quite understand what went wrong. So that like I think the old version was more interesting because it was a little bit more unique. But I also think that that particular boss suffered severely from the fight being just really mean. Like, I've talked about this before, like, mean boss mechanics are, like, mechanics where the only reason why the boss is hard is because it's the first time you're there. And once you've seen and understand what the boss is doing, it'll never trick you again. Because the only reason that mechanic works is because of lack of knowledge. Which isn't a very interesting way to make a fight difficult, right? The new version is boring, yes, but the old version was really, really mean, I feel. Girahin, it would still reflect back at you if you didn't have an element. I specifically know this because if you got raised, like you died from not having the correct element, what would often happen is that the person would get back up and then immediately die again because they just attacked again without getting a buff. That's why I know. And that's also why it's so weird that the debuff he put on himself was weakness to specific debuff, when in reality it was a lack of complete resistance, which is kind of strange, but it makes sense in context because it was a lot easier if he like showed the opposite of the buff you need instead of showing the 2 buffs you don't need. Like, he could have just as well have said, my cup runneth over with thunder, and then had, like, a fire and ice resistance buff. But instead, they gave him, like, an inverted thunder resistance buff. So you could see, okay, I need the thunder buff to hit him. Rontom says Paladin, I think, has the greatest potential to save runs as far as tanks go. I don't know. It depends on how the damage profile is. It really does, because Paladin can only use Clemency so many times, and Warrior has Shake It Off, which heals a ton, and Nascent Flash, which heals a ton. So it's complicated. Alright, Cyanide, enjoy work. Hey Chester, hope you're doing well. That is an interesting quality assessment, Cole. Well, you see, the reason why Paladin is the only one that can truly save a group is because, well, you could block instant death on the healer, and then you can have the healer use LB3, which is true. But I feel like it's a rare situation, isn't it? But yeah, I'm just messing with you. I do agree that that is a really interesting skill that Paladin uniquely has. That might be right, Imi. I might be remembering that wrong. I do remember that he specifically got the debuff associated with the thing you had to hit him with. But you might be right that his text speech is the 2 elements that you should not use. That is perfectly possible. I don't remember that part well enough. And yeah, exactly, Sixpack. That is part of the reason also why mean bosses like that are a bit unfair, is because what's going to happen is, like in the old version of that fight, is that the first timers would just die. Potentially, if they didn't get it immediately. Vocal Beat says, I remember avoiding getting elements so I wouldn't have to change it later. Are you 100% super sure about that? Because I do want to remind you that the reason why you usually would end up with a buff is because you had to get one as a result of him doing 3 pillars you had to soak, and they turned into the elements. Of course, one person could dodge them, but I mean, are you 100% super sure you could do that every single time? I'm pretty sure you still got reflected, but now it's really hard to test or demonstrate. That's of course easy for me to say, right? Vocal says, I think the element persisted through death. Oh, that could be possible. That is possible. That would actually satisfy both of our claims. I think that might work. I think that might make sense. I think that could track, yes. Which would mean if you ended up getting a buff, you would still have the wrong element when you got raised. But I will say that the way that the boss generally forced you to have an element was that there were 3 pillars you had to soak. I believe the 3 pillars thing is still there. Small Kai has the old version. I'm pretty sure Small Kai got the new version. I'm pretty sure. I think. But yeah, because there's 3 pillars, you would of course either result in your entire group getting vuln stacks by not soaking one, or if 3 players soaked one, there was 1 player that could, you know, ride free. What happened to Small Kai? She's here once a week. He still announced it. That's also true. I believe the new way that he works is that he flips through each element one at a time. And each element has a particular mechanic associated with it. Small Kai is an alt. Look! It's the goth chick. This fight is extra scary because there's a many mechanics where if I get hit once, it's over. This is just slightly... Yeah, this is slightly less Small Kai. This is Big Kai by process of elimination. The good news is that this boss spent so much time doing avoidable mechanics that I might be fine as long as I only get like Vuln stacks or something. And I believe this one... Oh yeah, this becomes an easy and a hard mechanic. The easy one being the glare and the hard one being getting all 4 drops. The hardest mechanic in the game. Drop a GCD to not get Doom. Like that that meme picture with the guy like very, very strained at the table. Lose DPS to not die. The hardest mechanic in Final Fantasy XIV. I'm just going to stay over here, I think. Whew, that is really, really tight. Like extremely so. But I'm surprised that one person can resolve that mechanic on their own at all. Lose DPS or draw 25. Yes. Oh, good luck with Ifrit, Zav. Or did you already beat it? Oh, that sounds like... Uh-oh. Oof. I almost goofed it. That sounds like a cool type. Hmm? And by cool type, I mean not a cool type. Excuse me? Exactly, Cole. That was my reaction too. She has a tank buster. And why does she have to go through her entire loop like 2 times before she brings it out? And furthermore, why did it hit like a noodle? What? I feel like she's getting desperate. Yeah, exactly. Galatea's Mudman stack marker. Also, totally not concerning to see your antivirus program pop up and go, your PC needs to restart. That's not bad. The scary part is that the window disappeared, and now it's saying the thing you can see on the screen there. Did it change its mind? You need to restart right now. Wait, let me take a second opinion real quick. Never mind. Weird. Black Mage uptime spot. I think the best you could do is that because they hit in crosses, maybe there's like a spot in an outer circle or something that might be safe. I was phasing out for a moment there while the mechanic resolved, so I wasn't 100% sure which order they went in. So I just tried to play it safe. Antivirus is a better at stopping Kai than bosses. We should have informed Garlemald. Yeah, you should have just installed Antivirus on Galatea. That might have worked. Yes, to expect that. That is actually the reason why I thought it might be like in the outer rings of the arena that there might maybe possibly be a safe spot, but I'm not sure. Exactly, Steve. Just about to do the final hit on the boss, and the game like the PC just restarts. That would be very sad. That is what I actually was anticipating. Like, oh no, when it disappeared. It's really scary that I can make it, like, just exactly as they're about to explode. It's really scary. I have a feeling, like, I will eventually miss them by, like, a frame. But I'm not sure if there's a safe spot, but it's an interesting question, and it wouldn't be the first time that you look at a mechanic like, nah, it covers everything, and then someone goes like, no, it never covers this random spot here. Like, for example, on the final boss of this dungeon, when he does his dash arounds, almost always, I feel, the safest spots are like out in the middle of the, like out in the golden rule, or what it's called, like the weird spots out in the arena are the best ones. Oh. she's really excited to get this tank buff. She's like, finally I get to use it. Take this. She's been waiting for this moment for possibly a year, actually, now that I think about it. That is actually possible, isn't it? Yeah, good for her. Fell cleave. Wait. The other way. Rank 12. Yeah, I agree, girl. Many of these bosses, they, like, the real challenge in soloing them is that they take an age to defeat. And if they have, like, the kind of mechanic where it's like, I just need to hit you once, then I need to be, like, I have to choose between being extra careful and finishing today. He solo so he can get the loot for himself, you know, it would be very believable in some capacity, wouldn't it? What is it? Last time I did Dead Ends and the bird dropped and I already had it. And you can't, like, it's unique and you can't loot it and you can't trade it. So as a bunch of people watched on that have been specifically trying to get the bird, I had to pass it and leave it. Yeah, I don't believe there is a solo. Like, I don't think there's really very much like a soloing leaderboard per se. Like, the people that do like really like solo stuff in a large capacity, what it's really about is seeing whether you can or can't solo something. Like, that's really what we're interested in most of the time. And the people that are doing it synced, it's often more like the, you know, like the Iron Man challenge that some people are doing, that find it interesting to do that. And usually it's not about speed, it's about doing it. And I will also say that there isn't that much I feel like you can do if you were to, like, try and speedrun solo some of these duties. Yeah, exactly, Cat. You see it again and you're like, oh yeah, the 0.1% mount drop. Excellent. Yeah, exactly, Kraken mode. It's more pass and fail or competition. And sometimes what's more interesting is beating it with a stricter rule set. Like, for example, when I was... so this is a long time ago in this challenge, of course, because we've done a lot of the... like, most of the content in order, right? I did Castrum Meridianum. And the particular thing that stood out to the solo challenge style community that has spawned was specifically the fact that I beat it synced. And well, I beat the Black Eft synced specifically, because the rest of the dungeon is easy solo. Like, the rest of it is beatable, but the Black Eft is nearly impossible. And prior solo clears had been, I believe the lowest level someone had done it with was like, I think it was level 57 Scholar, where I did it with level 50 Scholar, right? And the only reason I know that is because it was interesting enough to this part of the player base that someone who knows this stuff came in to see how I did it. And the reason why Black Eft is so hard is because, like, as Scholar, you can kite all of those, you can kite all of the mobs in the fight, but many of them are ranged, and all of them will be able to run up to you and just smack you every so often. So, like, you can't kite forever. And all of the humanoid mobs, that's right, the big iron giants are not the threat. The human mobs, like the Guardians on foot, they have a soft enrage, as in, after a while, they'll cast a buff on themselves that, like, triples their damage output. So you need to kill as many of them as you can before they do that, or you will die. And because all of the mobs are so scary, you can't really be in melee range for them. So for the most part, that is going to happen with Ruin 2 and not Art of War. And yes, that is very random. Extremely so. And yeah, I should say the reason why the person probably did it with level 57 is probably because that's the level they were with Scholar when they got there, and then they just came to the conclusion they can't do it synced. Like, they can't do it synced, but they can do it unsynced. And that's also part of the reason why I'm more interested in whether we can do content on these streams synced rather than unsynced, because it's like, because it's on my main, the difference between synced and unsynced is like universes apart. Because, like, oh yeah, well, you can't solo that at level 50, but you can just one-shot everything if you do it unsynced at level 90. Also, Zav, I didn't comment on this before, but am I getting this right? You got Ifrit Extreme. There was a level 90 player in the group that was not a mentor who got rude about it when you tried to help explain tactics. But he was not a mentor, because you said you were the only mentor in the group. Is that correctly understood? Huh? What? I feel like that guy just queued in specifically to be a douche. Why? Also, I just read these mooks hit insanely hard. Ow. Ow. Like, all of those imps are completely irrelevant. This is the real boss. Caligolov says non-mentors can still have ego problems. No. The reason why it confuses me, Caligolov, is that means that level 90 player queued for Ifrit Extreme legitimately. Because the only way to land in that duty randomly is if, like, if you're are a mentor, and if you're a mentor, you will be forced to wear the combat mentor crown. So he or she would not have been able to hide it. They would 100% be seen as a mentor if they queued as mentor roulette, which means that this person with this ego problem queued for Ifrit Extreme as a level 90 player, by the way, and then was a douche about it. Also, this is the boss where I'm pretty sure we can't win. Don't worry, Caligulov. I didn't really explain it. Like, I didn't really explain it in detail. I just presented my shock. So, the one thing on this boss that really matters is, I think he has a stack marker. He does in fact have at least one stack marker. And then he has a DPS check. Those are the only real problems. If the DPS check is unbeatable, then I lose. Which also reminds me, I should be stockpiling resources. And I should probably have been doing so a while ago. Unless it's HP based for the DPS check. How much are we talking here? That's not so bad. I didn't stockpile fast enough. Well, I didn't get the stack marker at least. So that's something. Yeah. Nope. And yes, this is actually the music in game, Sixpack. It was close. Lexi says, feel like with a pot that would have worked. Did you not see that I used a pot? Did you not see that I used one? I had 70 when I went in. That was with pot. Okay. I'll try one more time. I could have stockpiled, like, slightly more. Like, very slightly more I could have stockpiled. And I think I could have gone into the phase with slightly more duration on Storm's Eye. Maybe with the right crit lock? There isn't that much crit lock to gain because I'm a warrior. Like, a huge part of the damage I did was guaranteed. Yeah, Bronzo, in regards to the Ifrit thing, because the person didn't have a combat mentor icon next to their name, the only possible answer is that they queued for Ifrit, specifically. Like, specifically chose, like, went into the Duty Finder menu, grabbed Ifrit Extreme, and clicked yes, please. Does he do the mechanic twice? He does it only once, to my knowledge. Right, so basically, what's going to be different is that it doesn't even matter in Phase 1. All I have to do, I can just sandbag it for the entire Phase 1. And just like, because the thing is, I just need to fight him after the intermission. If I can meet the DPS check after the, like, for the intermission, then I have infinite time to beat the second phase. And I just need to play it carefully. And that's good enough. That's all I need. Oops, I chose the weird spot. Also, hey, Silvermint. Hope you're doing well. Oh, boy. Ah. I had a feeling I had chosen wrong. Doesn't really matter. I'm pretty sure I can survive the stack marker just the same.
You really must try harder.
A bit stronger.
Battle does so whet the appetite.
I feel like this is equally as good as the last try. That's another good one. It's not good enough. I needed it to not be a tomahawk. Yeah, 35%. Nope. It's close, but I don't think there's any way for me to push that much damage. And it's more than an extra GCD or two, Chloe. The problem is that this is something that I've actually pretty good knowledge on because I've practiced Warrior a lot in Stone Sky Sea, is that once you run out of Beast Gauge and Inner Release and Infuriates, your damage just drops. Like, it just nosedives. And I was out of Fell Cleaves, and I was out of Infuriates, and I was out of Inner Releases, so... And I believe a regular Fell Cleave was like 17%. So I think we would need, like, because I don't have Fell Cleave, we would need like 4 GCDs to make it work. So, like, that's the problem, is, like, you see that I can keep up with him. Like, I can actually beat the first 2 Flotsams before he hits 50. Then I can beat the third one before he hits 75. And then the fourth one, I'm just out. Like, the tinctures run out. I don't have any more resources. I'm just done. Why aren't you still alive? Gleaming says he's saying lines I don't think I ever heard him say before. He's saying all those lines like he usually does. He actually says all of those lines every run. Exactly, running out of gas problem. We had the same problem on Xenos in Alamigo, so that's why I'm trying, despite me saying, I can't do it, guys, I can't do it, and I'm still here trying. What about a pot after the first pull? It lasts until the 4th. I think it's a better idea to use it on the first pull, because it means I do more damage in the part where I do more damage. Like, if I save the pot for later, I'm pretty sure I will not get as much benefit out of it. But I could try it. If you think it works, Rebellion, I could try it. I don't think it's better. But I can try. It's just, like, the reason why we use tinctures during our burst is specifically because it gives a damage multiplier on the damage that matters most. So it would be more significant if I lose a ton, like a ridiculous amount of damage to overkill, right? Like if I actually do like way more damage than the Flotsam actually needed to take, then it might be worth it. But I'm actively making an effort to try and make sure that I don't waste a good attack. Which is why I'm reasonably confident that it wouldn't help. Exactly, Kragenmo. I think I'll try with Tincture immediately one more time, just to see if I can do it better. That was the worst possible way because I had a misclick there. That's terrible. Now I'm way further behind. And I wasted resources. That's a wasted tincture if I ever saw one. And despite that, 48%. Despite me completely dumpstering the attempt, I'm only 13% behind. I'll give it one more try. And yes, Darth, that is the worst part, when the DPS check is so close that you can taste it, you can see it. I'm pretty sure that when we did Xenos, I was about that close, but without a tincture, which is why I could push harder and make it work. Welcome back, Ibia. You missed me trying to push past the DPS check on Gagnazzo 3 times. So, we're going for the 4th try. Also, it just occurred to me that the Void Rip is over there. For some reason, I always assumed it was behind him, even though obviously it isn't. Indeed, Cat Damon. See, that is exactly it. You could say that's the good news, is that because such a massive percentage of my damage is guaranteed to be a critical direct hit, for the most part, I'm not relying on getting lucky. I'm just, like, the best I can do. The best I can do is get it right. And if I can't get it right, like, if there is no way to beat the check, then there's no way to beat the check. And that's the good news, is that once I've tried and exhausted the options, there's essentially little to nothing left to try. Like, just repeatedly trying anyway, because maybe I'll get a crit this time. Are you serious, buddy? I really hate it when he puts like one of those circle AoEs exactly on my spot as the last hit. That's the worst. I wonder how you'll taste. This wouldn't have happened if his Steam was here. We wouldn't have gotten this far on a Dark Knight, unfortunately. You kidding me? Are you kidding me with that? Yeah, that fell cleave would have needed to be like a natural critical direct hit. And Sixpack, no, it would not. Hallowed Ground is equal in invulnerability to death as Hallowed Ground is invulnerability to damage. If you can't use Holmgang for it, you can't use Hallowed Ground for it. So it would not work. Yeah, we were like one extremely lucky GCD away from it, that attempt. And me getting knocked up didn't seem to make a difference because it didn't actually delay my GCD. It might have delayed an auto attack by a second, but that wouldn't have been enough. And that was despite getting extremely unlucky with the Flotsams repeatedly being like 1% off. I think this will be the last attempt. Possibly. Give it a few minutes. And you even direct it. Are you synced? I am not synced. Or rather, I'm not synced down. I think? Wait, no, yes I am. I am synced down, I have no direct hit, you're right. So I couldn't actually direct it, you're right, Bad Angel. I would only have been able to crit. And Gleaming, in regards to your question, this is like, it's not a race condition. But basically, if you click Living Dead, but the server has already recognized that the enemy attacking you has killed you, then it doesn't matter that your perspective says, but I used Living Dead first because the server has already said you're dead and sent that to you. It's just that your perspective is in the process of saying to the server, I'm using Living Dead. And on your screen, it happens instantaneously. On the server side, you died. Why can't you direct it? Because tanks have 0 direct hit chance by default. I can direct it, but only with inner release and guaranteed direct hits, is what I'm getting at. But I can't direct hit with a regular raw fell cleave because I have no direct hit. 400 is the base amount. I think it was just because I said if I had gotten a natural critical direct hit fell cleave, I might have made it. But I wouldn't have been able to get a critical direct hit. I would only have been able to get a critical hit. And because we're synced down, exactly, because we're synced down, it makes no, like, it means I can't, I cannot direct hit naturally. No way. Because I have 0% chance to direct hit. Emir says, you tested this. That's not what we tested, Emir. It's not what we tested. Seems like luck is a factor after all. 37%. Yeah, there's no way. I mean, the thing that we tested is if you use a tank or a healer, for example, with 0 directed. You could use any job with 0 directed on their gear, actually. If you have a job give you plus directed chance, like Devilment, then you will be able to direct it because those buffs increase your chance by a flat amount. As in, a flat 20% on top of your 0%. That's what we tested. You will not be able to direct it with no outside help if your directed chance is 400. Because that's the max, that's the minimum at the... You did a big inner chaos over... I don't think it was a big overkill. I'm pretty sure it was like 10%. Maybe it was maybe 10% overkill. I'm pretty sure I didn't overkill it that much. Maybe early popping inner release one extra primal rend? I don't think that would be super helpful because the phase begins with me using Tincture, right? I use a GCD and immediately Tincture, and the reason why I do a GCD and then Tincture is specifically so that my GCD is spinning first, and I make sure I don't lose a single second. I could probably have Tinctured before that, but as a result, I know 30 seconds have passed around the third Flotsam, which means that I have a feeling we would need to have inner release used exactly 30 seconds before Primal Rend needs to be used. And then we would have exactly the amount of time needed to be potentially have the time needed to use the remaining extra 3 Fell Cleaves and Primal Rends. But then that would of course also mean that we have way less stuff happening in the first parts of the fight. Or the first parts of the check. I don't think it's possible. Wonder if Abyssal's gear would help. Probably would give a slight edge, but I feel like that's overkill. Like I feel like that's when it gets really extreme. And I don't think it would be enough. Personally, I don't think it would be enough. I don't think I can do it. But it does feel so close. It feels so close that maybe if we're lucky this one time, right? Turns out you have around 50 seconds in that phase. Just wait for Dawn Trail and get better tinctures. I don't think that would be enough. And who knows, maybe they'll nerf Warrior and Dawn Trail. Don't you have direct hit on your weapon? How would I have direct hit on your on my weapon, which is a relic? And I'm a tank. And tanks can't have direct hit on their weapon. That's also true, Perrin. We could get really, like, we could get lucky with high rolls.
I've been waiting so long. Don't disappoint. Brace yourselves. I bring my all to bear.
That's the worst part about a fight like this, where it's so close, because it feels in like it feels like you might have missed something that you could have done. Instead of it just being, well, it wasn't possible.
Drink deep of blackest terror.
There's also the part that to use inner release early, I would need to know exactly when I would need to use it. And I'm not entirely sure when that is. And if I do it at a weird time, then I just lose 3 fell cleaves.
No more games.
29%. If I had been a frame faster, if I hadn't clipped the Chaiji with my tincture, I might have gone the fell cleave through, but that would not have broken it. I don't think I can do it. I really don't. Now is the sad part. If we do get it, we might time out the fight. See, that's the thing. If we don't get it in like the next attempt, then I won't have enough time to actually kill the boss. Because that usually takes like 10 minutes on its own. So this is basically the last try. Looking at the damage you deal compared to their health, the crystal seems to have almost exactly 100,000 HP. Cole also believes that I overkilled the first nail by a lot. I will say that if you did notice, most of the time I've had to like hold back and like just use a regular GZD instead of Fell Cleave or Inner Chaos on the first one and the second one. And that's the thing, Bad Angel, is that I have so little time that if I use Tomahawk on anything in that entire phase, then I've lost damage. Like, it's not about, oh, well, can't you just use Tomahawk while running to the next one? That doesn't matter. I have to not use Tomahawk. That Tomahawk needs to be a better GZD on the next Flotsam to make it. So that wouldn't be good enough. We had an attempt where I had to use Tomahawk once, and I believe it, like the last Flotsam, had 50% HP. So like, while it is an idea, it's not good enough. It has to be perfect, essentially. And if, like, it seems like if it had just been one big Flotsam that I had to attack, this would have been way easier, because then I wouldn't lose damage to overkill damage. Which is really silly.
Battles are so whet the appetite.
Oh, that was wrong, I think. That wasn't good either. And I think that was bad as well. I think I need this. And then hold for the last one. Nope. Why didn't the Fell Cleaves crit? Regular Fell Cleaves don't just crit automatically. That's only if it's in a release. Did you not know that, Cal? The guaranteed Fell Cleave crits are from inner release. Regular ones don't have that feature. Like, the thing is, there is some crit luck involved, but that is exactly the reason why I've said we needed to be lucky and get like a lucky crit Fell Cleave. But even so, as you can see on every single attempt here, even when I get the Fell Cleave ready at the end, I'm like a fraction of a second too late. And even if it had connected, that Fell Cleave would have had to do like 50% more damage than the hardest Fell Cleave I've done in the duty. I might make that with Biss. Yes, Lapis Manalis Biss. Yeah, it was really close. And it feels like... I feel like it's close enough that if we could somehow make it so that we wasted 0 damage to overkill, and we would still have to high roll a lot for it to work. So it's way too tight. I want to reiterate that this is actually not the... could also try going into the face on a combo finisher. That was actually something that I did on 3 previous attempts. Which is the reason why I said I think I did that wrong when I actually spent my combo finisher. Right at the start of the last attempt. Because I went in on a maim instead. It wouldn't have changed much. I think the total gain there would have been not a lot, at least. Not very much. I actually think if you go in on a finisher, then that last GCD where could Fell Cleave and then it didn't go through, I would have had 40 gauge at that time instead. Imagine if racials and deities were still relevant. Yeah. Oh yeah, and if that's the case, I can also inform you that I believe Ryan Aura has the lowest strength stat I'm pretty sure they have the lowest strength stat. I think I'm losing like 5 strength. So maybe if I had just been a more muscular race, then maybe I would have been able to do it. It could be possible. It might be possible with top bis. I don't know how much more. I don't know how much more damage you'd get compared to this gear, and obviously there's not like data on this. Yeah, that's the problem, Perrin, is that if we go in... So see, the thing is, Perrin, is that the reason why I didn't even bother to do that, the reason why I didn't even bother to try that is because as we are right now, I go into the phase with a full beast gauge, which means 2 fell cleaves and 2 infuriates and a full inner release. If I use infuriate, so I go in with the buff giving me inner chaos, then I would be missing part of the cooldown on that infuriate, and I would not be able to bring like an extra fell cleave in. So I'm trading an entire fell cleave for like, at best, half of the cooldown on infuriate. Like half an extra inner release. I don't think it's better. Claiming the deities were relevant. I mean, deities affected your elemental resistance, I believe. Cole says in top it's like 3% compared to just full 660. In that case, Cole, the Flotsams end on 28%, if we say that, right? That means that I've done 372% of Flotsam HP. If we just completely ignore the overkill damage, right? If we just assume that's everything I did, 3% more than that would lead to 383%, which would mean that the Flotsam would have 17% HP left. If it's 3% more damage, as you say. If we could take it from that. Oops. I would actually need to, like, if we're really talking about digging deep and like finding the damage necessary, if we assume that I can't go beyond 28% on the last Flotsam, if we just assume that again in a vacuum, I would need 8% more DPS. I would need 8% more for it to be good enough. And that's again completely ignoring the fact that if I did 8% more damage, then more damage would go to overkill damage as well and all that. But if we just take that at face value and say, well, that's how much damage I did, this is how much damage I would have to do. I would need 8% more DPS. Although the question is how that would interplay with the stats, because if I had, you know, top bis, I would have direct hit chance. And if I had top bis, I could just go, well, if only I had like, if I could just attack a fraction of a second quicker, then I would be able to like fit in one more Chaiji. And if I could do that, then I might be able to fit in the fell cleave at the end, and then the answer might be 13%, for example. Free and Gunbreaker because they can do one, then ignored, and dot one, and then ignore and kill it last. I don't think that's totally free. That's only 900 potency, but yeah, it would be more complex on Gunbreaker because you have not one but 2 dots to manage. Making the case for 2.45 GCD. Got some bad news for you, buddy. Gunbreaker. Yeah, Gunbreaker's burst is greater than Warrior's. That is true. But Gunbreaker's burst is also less consistent than Warrior's due to no guaranteed crits and all that. Six-pack? I think you're misunderstanding something. The reason why we're simplifying it to 3% more damage is because we know that the approximate damage gain from switching from just full 660 gear to an optimal 630 gear set, which would enable materia slots and allow you to target stats a little bit more precisely, that can match to around 3%. In reality, it would be a little bit more complicated, as I said myself. If we got 3% more damage, then there's a possibility that some of that damage would go into more overkill. Potency per GCD and number of GCDs you can fit in is basically nothing burger, I think, because that's literally what we're doing. That's the basic math. And then you have to figure out how much damage you get per potency, and we add 3% to that. That's literally what we're doing. More GCDs don't mean that you do more damage alone. Making more damage out of the potency you do also makes you do more damage. So if you do 3% more damage, it means you get 3% more bang for your buck. If you could use 3% more GCDs, you would do 3% more damage because you're doing 3% more GCDs. But the part of the reason why skill speed is usually considered pretty bad in Final Fantasy XIV is because if I had more GCDs, it would not give me more upheavals, it would not give me more... Well, it might give me more infuriates, but not in that time frame. It would not give me more inner releases, and it would not give me more primal rends, and it would not give me more guaranteed critical hits with Fell Cleave. Basically, a majority of the damage I'm doing in that phase is like a package that I just bring, and if I had a faster skill speed, I would be able to do more filler GCDs, and so maybe one more Fell Cleave. I would need a lot more skill speed to fit that Fell Cleave that you see me fail to connect each time in the end. And that skill speed comes at the cost of other stats, which would mean that maybe I would get that Fell Cleave, but now it takes me one more GCD on one of the other Flotsams to actually beat that one. It's complicated calculation. The reason why we simplify it to say, well, the top biz is around 3% better than just plain 660 is because that's close enough. It's close enough, but that doesn't change the fact that if we assume it was 3%, we would need 8%. Based on the observations that we saw here in the best attempts we had. I believe the best attempt was reaching 28% of the final Flotsam. I would need to do 8% more damage. Again, ignoring the more complicated bits and bobs in it, and simplifying it. That's how mathematicians do things sometimes. Let's assume that there isn't wind resistance on Earth. That makes it easier to calculate this physics experiment. The physics guy next to him like, no wind resistance on Earth. I don't see what the problem is. Biz is 3% better over a 6 to 10 minute fight, not a 1 minute DPS check phase. That is also true. But how much better... the thing is, Darth, Biz is 3% better over a 6 to 10 minute fight. But the best in slot gear gives you more crit and more direct hit and more determination and potentially slightly less tenacity. But that's like raw damage, which is the reason why I'm saying if I lose some skill speed and then I gain some other damage stats, it's a little more complicated than just going, now you're doing 3% more damage, but in a 6 to 10 minute fight, you gain 3% damage. It's a 1 minute DPS check. The only thing that changes is what gear I'm wearing. My cooldowns don't change, so presumably that would still be 3%. So it is slightly more, as I said, and you doubt that you said I'm mostly agreeing with you. The point is that the biz is complicated to compare, but if it's 3% more damage in one context, and the context is use all of your cooldowns, then it's probably also 3% in a DPS check where you're stockpiling and then using everything. You're probably still getting around 3% damage. Imagine a spherical warrior in a vacuum. Yes, exactly. Meanwhile, the physicist, I don't see how that's not a problem. Exactly. Exactly. And that is also true, Cole. It might be even more with a pot under, like, with full cooldowns and everything. It might be more than 3%. But it is, I think exactly, that is actually a good point. And I'm guessing that's also what that means, is that 3% over a 6 to 10 minute fight, if you just had to burst for 1 minute, it could have been 5 or 6%. And that is true. But I don't think... I don't feel like this is doable, because there's, like, other factors as well. However... maybe you can do it. Challenge! Maybe you can do it. And then you're better than me at soloing Lapis Manalis. A spherical warrior, like a Bakugan? Simply get a 1.00 GZD. If we got 1.00 GZD, that would be insane. A little bit less on Warrior Burst, since there seems to be a few directed materia. Why would that equal less Warrior Burst, Cat Damon? Why would that mean less on burst, Cat Damon? Isn't Biz also fight specific? For the most part, but unless there's like a specific skill speed amount you're aiming for top, then just regular top best in slot might be just fine, because top is 630 and Lapis Manalis is also 630. Cat Damon. Direct hit rate tooltip. A reading. Affects the rate at which your physical and magic attacks land direct hits, dealing slightly more damage than normal hits. The higher the value, the higher the frequency with which your hits will be direct. Higher values will also result in greater damage for actions which guarantee direct hits. Yeah, I see you got it now. Direct hit would generally only be beneficial. Right. Well, I can't do it, and I'm certainly not going to sit through 50 minutes of Lapis Manalis re-clear to reach Caetsu again, that's for certain. I will also say that I went into this boss expecting it to not be possible, so I will say that I think Lapis Manalis looking like maybe if your gear's perfect and you do everything perfectly, it might be possible. That seems positive. I will also say, if you can reach Caetsu on Gunbreaker, and you might be able to, solo, then there is a possibility that Gunbreaker might be able to deal with that intermission better than Warrior can. The question is whether Gunbreaker has the necessary self-sustain to deal with it, which again is possible. The reason why I'm wondering whether you could reach it is because, and this is the problem I mentioned at the start of the stream, Warrior has an insane capacity to deal with the trash packs, which Gunbreaker and Paladin is lacking. Which means that trash packs will take way longer under most circumstances. That's really what it boils down to. Like, that's really it. What if you take a party to Cagnazzo and then they leave you so you get more time to figure it out? That would be something you could do, but I wouldn't bother doing that if I don't have any changes to my plan. And well, I don't have 630 gear lying around, so I don't have the capacity to bring full best in slot. And there's also the part that if you went in with like a different job and a different setup, then it would like... With Warrior, we've kind of demonstrated that all of the pulls are trivial, except Cagnazzo, which is impossible at the moment, at least nearly possible, it seems. It makes sense to just, like, use a group to reach Cagnazzo again. But with Gunbreaker and Paladin, there would still be the question of, well, can they beat the first two bosses? And the trash? Can you actually reach Cagnazzo legitimately without help? And then if you can do that, then there would be, I would say there would be a lot more to ask about in terms of can you then like just rush up to Cagnazzo to see if you can beat him. But I think we gave it a good try, a good solid try, and I feel like I've also left something for you to get it. Emil says, what do I get? Emil, if you beat it, if you actually beat Cagnazzo, make sure to bring a camera. I will give you 99 cherry pink dye. I hope that is enough with the party bonus matter in that case. Piotr Zoro, the rule here is you bring, like, if you want to just re-clear, if you want to just re-clear so that you can reach Cagnazzo and try, the way you would go about it is you enter with a full party, clear, and then you reach Cagnazzo, and then everyone else in the group has to leave, meaning you have no party bonus. But if you and that is exactly the reason why, actually, because when the damage is this close, as I said, we're like 8% damage off, perhaps, at the end of the day. Then having like 4% from party bonus is very significant. With that said, next we will try Aetherfont, but before we do that, I will be right back. But we will we'll both attempt Aetherfont and Lunar Subterrane before we finish the stream. In the meantime, vanity restored. Alright, I'm back. And yeah, indeed, Cole, that is actually the thing, is that before we even started, my assumption was that that Lapis Manalis was the one that might not be possible. Can I impose upon 3 volunteers to help me again? Also, I see Cat Damon is here. What if I beat the DPS check but die to the boss afterwards? I mean, that would still be interesting. But, it wouldn't be quite as a decisive victory, would it? Thank you. Well, yeah, sure. If you can beat just the DPS check, I would still like to see that. You can still get the 99 cherry pink die if you do that in here. But I do think that it would be more exciting if you actually beat it. Like, actually beat the boss. But I'm pretty sure that if you can beat the DPS check, I don't think he has anything left he can throw at you. So you should be perfectly capable of beating the rest of the boss. Like, he has more mechanics, but I'm pretty sure he has nothing, like, more threatening than the DPS check. The stack marker happens before the DPS check. I believe the tank buster also happens before the DPS check. So you will have seen those and seen whether you can survive them or not before you reach the DPS check. I will say, if I had beaten the DPS check once only to wipe afterwards, then I would not have tried again. I attempted the boss like half a dozen times. Did he not have a stack marker before? I specifically remember using Vengeance and Bloodwedding for something, and I'm pretty sure that was a stack marker. We're talking about Caetsu, the final boss of Lapis Manalis, Sip. You get his tethers not after the phase, you'd get targeted with all 4, right? You can dodge them, and it wouldn't be the first time we've seen a boss where if you go in alone, the boss either just only makes one of the mechanic, or they only target you with one of them. So it's reasonably possible it will not target you with all 4, and as you said, you can probably dodge them? I guess? Alright, see you soon, Emia. Hey Wolf, hope you're doing well as well. So far we managed to beat Alzadaal's Legacy with extreme ease. We didn't have any major issues with most of Lapis Manalis, but the final boss, which was the one that I was concerned about, we could not beat. Although it was really close, we couldn't beat the DPS check. When there's dead people, at least the Void Cleaves will tether to multiple people. I'm guessing what you mean, Giraheen, is that that tethers will like multiple tethers will stick to the same person. Is that what you mean? Because I think you said the opposite. Fair enough. In that case, if you're alone, it should probably target all 4 on you. In which case... I think the safest way to approach it would be stand smack dab in the center. Then you, like, draw, like, a weird-shaped X, because the Void Cleaves are in weird spots. They're not, like, in a systematic. They're slightly off, I believe. Sounds like Cat Damon is trying to make an attempt on Lapis Manalis with Gunbreaker. This boss has a stack marker. I know this. This boss also has mechanics that start to get really, really confusing right around when we kill him normally. So this is going to get weird. This boss has a little bit of everything. Hey Fisherman, it's been a long time. Hope you're doing well. Sonic Bloop. Have your antivirus situation sorted out? I'm assuming because it reported later that everything was fine, that everything is fine. Derbosaurus. That sounds about right. I think we've discovered on a stream a long time ago that its name is something in Icelandic or something like that. Lyngbacke. I believe Coco checked it for us. Oh, here it comes. How much damage are we talking? 38,000 through Vengeance, so that's like on the good side of 60,000. A Cat Damon right now is on Louisoix outside my house, so and that's chaos. I think this is the first time I've ever seen this mechanic resolve. I don't know, Brontome. Like I believe this. All I remember is that it was Icelandic, and Warcraft Traveler has acquired the information for us. Lindbacher is Lungi Heatherback. It's the name of a massive whale-like sea monster reported in the Irva odds sagas have existed in the Greenland Sea, and it's Icelandic. That's this. I saw it a lot on week 1. I might have seen it week 1. It's just been so long that I don't remember. Week 1 of Lunar Subterrane, I feel like I saw basically every single mechanic on my first go. But I feel like I saw less on this one. But I think part of the reason for that is that I believe I did this one with a full pre-made. I also did Lunar Subterrane with a full pre-made, but that doesn't always mean that the group is like god tier players. And there was also the part that we got a lot of surprises. If we have a lot of deaths, or any deaths, suddenly the fight goes way longer. Yeah, that's also the reason why whenever I try to solo something and I fail to do it, I don't want to make it sound like, unless we have clear proof that it is not possible because of something. Unless that's the case, I don't want to say that it isn't possible, like with Caetsu. I tried, and I will also say that I tried until we didn't have enough time to actually clear it. I would have been too sad if we had actually beat the DPS check only for the duty to time out, so I didn't want to risk that happening. Even if we had enough time to try like 2 more times on the DPS check itself. But it looks like it's so close. It's so close that I think, the more I think about it, the more I think if you had like full best in slot for like top, and you got a little lucky with like a little bit of luck with some free crits on actual fell cleave without inner release, then I think it's possible even with warrior. And it might also be possible, as we talked about, with Gunbreaker. Given that it presumably has even more burst potential than Warrior has. The question there is actually more like, if you can beat that DPS check with Gunbreaker, then the follow-up question is, can you survive the damage of the boss itself? Which is also part of the reason why when we talked about, couldn't you just like use a light party to reach Caetsu to try with Gunbreaker? That my follow-up is, well, I feel like if you went in with Gunbreaker instead, it would only be right if you at least the first time tried to beat the entire dungeon solo, so that you can prove that you can beat everything leading up to Caetsu before you just freebie skip to the final boss. Like, we've had duties before where I just gave up because I couldn't beat, like, the first or the second boss. Like with Velcourt of Troya. And then, like, if we can just, like, freebie skip a boss that isn't beatable and then go, well, can you beat the rest of the dungeon? Then we have a lot more things to check suddenly. And then I feel like it starts to get a little too convoluted. Lindberger seems to remember all of its mechanics. Indeed, he's really demonstrated. He remembers the exact order they're supposed to go in and everything. But there is also the argument that if you went to do like Lapis Manalis with a gunbreaker, and you then demonstrated that, well, I can survive all of the boss's mechanics and I can do that forever, then there's of course like the question of, is there any reason to demonstrate that you can beat the boss completely? Like maybe that's unnecessary, but it's more like the fair demonstration, because sometimes I can survive what the boss does. Is you can survive it for 3 minutes, but it takes you 10 minutes to beat the boss. So, you know. So that's why it's kind of relevant to see if you can beat the whole thing. Really studied up on its rotation. I mean, it's only fair when most jobs have a fixed rotation that the bosses do as well, right? That's a good point, Darth. I managed to loop the boss so many times that I finished the boss on the time it normally ends on. Is that right? When bosses get procs, we have problems. That's called a random boss, I guess. It used to be the case that bosses could crit their auto attacks, and that's still the case on older bosses. I welcome you to Sixpack. We actually started with Sastasha normal back in A Realm Reborn. And that was the one I was thinking of when earlier we talked about the concept of speedrunning solo, that the more interesting thing is how difficult can you make it. Because we did actually do some of the low level content in, like, as Gunbreaker, wearing only a chest piece and a weapon while minimum item level and synced and everything. Because it was that easy. Dude, that sounds like a good example, Aiko. Or rather, a bad example, and a really good example of how bad it is when a boss can just randomly crit you. It just feels like you got cheated. Which is extra unlucky if you're doing Palace of the Dead. Oops. Unlucky crit. Guess you're back to floor 1. Wait, why is he your new best friend, Darth? What did he do for you? Loot! Yoink! And you know what, Aiko? That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. There's been multiple cases where we've had bosses that hit so insanely hard in like the solo challenge here, where I was like, please stop auto attacking me and do a mechanic. Like, just do something I can dodge. Which is why what we say around here is that when the boss starts doing like a raid wide or an avoidable mechanic, the boss is making a mistake. They're wasting their GCDs. Read the name again, but slowly. Patio furniture. Right? Well, Catch. Some have likened me to Freerin, so maybe there's something about it. Smash cut to me with my head in a mimic. And actually, Sixpack, like, in actual dungeon content, if a chest is a mimic, it is either, like in regular dungeons, it is either mandatory that you open it, which is the case in, what's it called? The, Hullbrigger Isle, thank you, yes. In Hullbrigger Isle, there it is mandatory that you open all the chests, because there is actually an item that is needed to progress, and sometimes the mimics hold them. So you need to open the chests, even if there's mimics in them. Or, if it's not that, then the mimics are entirely skippable, and they're always the same chests. Which is the case in Amdapor Keep? Is it Amdapor Keep? I think it's Amdapor Keep. I'm pretty sure. And that is interesting, Aiko. That tracks with what I've talked about before, where if you can spin a boss or a mob fast enough, at least in older content especially, it works more consistently. You can prevent them entirely from attacking, but it's very finicky, and you need to be very, very good at it for it to work. It's exactly Kragenmo. You know how I solved that? In Amdapor Keep, I don't open the chests. I just go, that one's usually a mimic, and then just pass it. But I always stay behind if I'm not the tank, I'll stay behind just to see if someone else opens it, because then they need help. This boss, by the way, is an excellent example of, let me just go ahead and make a mistake. Every time he does this mechanic, he's wasting time. Which gives me time to get the Bloodwetting online again. Wow. Is that how a bear actually sounds? Wow. Sounds like an angry cat. Wow. Let's see, it's around this point where the boss is usually dead, right? What's a bear but a very, very large angry cat? I mean, aren't there people that keep like quote-unquote domestic bears someplace in the world? Question mark? I don't think they can be domestic, but you know what I mean, right? What? New mechanic, everyone? Did you see that? I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. Freeman would have stayed in front of the Great Global Library first boss trying to read it. You know what? She probably would. It just slams on her nose. Hey Alice Van, hope you're doing well. I have certainly not seen that mechanic either. Weird that it just like came up here at the end and now the boss is like looping. Oof. Oof. By the way, that would have been like 40k without a defensive cooldown. It's oh yeah, that now that's there again. What's that? What's the point of that, Arcus? What? Why? Genuinely, I ask you why. The stack marker effect usually, well, the stack attack usually happens right around when the boss is about to die in a normal group, I believe. Like, it's not uncommon to see it not even activate. Or, like, begin. But it's certainly also common to see it, like, appear but not resolve. I wasn't feeling too confident about that slim space I had there. Trust me, I'm not a biologist. Which one is the signature move, Six Pack? Indeed, Alisman. That is also what I'm looking forward to, is what happens after Breathstroke? What comes after Breathstroke? What comes after Breathstroke, you ask? Probably a heart attack. Did I drop under 50% HP yet on this fight? Don't think I did. That would certainly be an interesting one, Zaf. That would actually be pretty funny. I wonder how long it would take a group to realize that. Because in variant dungeons, we've seen some absolutely ludicrous, like, things you'd have to do to find a path. Imagine if, as you suggested, a path that opens by being too slow on a boss. Like the boss just gets bored and leaves, leading to a new path. I'm pretty sure we finished... We reached... When did we finish Galatea? Was that at 50 minutes? I think something like that. Was it 55? Technically, that would... Yeah, exactly. That would be DSR. That is correct. That is a good point. We had one of those already. Yeah, it's a bit like the last boss of Dawn Meg turning back into a frog. Very true. Unfortunately, I can't remember if that even turned out to be relevant when we tried to solo it, because the second boss is actually too hard to solo. It has a... it actually has a soften... It has a hard enrage indirectly. Like, that, it's just... After a certain amount of time, you can't possibly have prevented it from feeding enough, and then it kills you. Well, I mean, Darth, as Alisven mentioned, we already had in DSR, we had a case where the mechanic was don't DPS to actually proceed, or something to that effect. And variant dungeons already have some absolutely absurd tricks to them, so I couldn't imagine people would actually complain about that. Well, some people would. Let's not kid ourselves. There would be people that complain. I recall that that there were players that complained that the mount from P12S was cute, because that meant they had to do Savage, which they didn't want to do. Which is possibly the silliest argument I've ever heard. Like, relax. You'll get it in a few years when you can just do it unsynced. It's fine. And if you can't, well, now you finally have a reason to get good. So sit down and relax. Imagine if all dungeons have always had this and we just didn't know to look. That would be funny. Like, every single boss has like a weird timeout where if you take more than 20 minutes to beat a boss, it has like a super secret extra thing that happens. Like, at some point, if you don't get the pirate guy in Sastasha to leave fast enough in the first encounter with him, he'll just stop attacking, look at you and go, mate, I don't think you have the power to defeat me, so I clearly also don't have the power to defeat you, so I guess I'll just leave. And then just like opens a door that is otherwise inaccessible, and it's just a wall for you, and just leaves. And the music just stops. And you just get like a duty cleared question mark. And like a really wacky version of like the plays. Like, you won? I think? Yeah, exactly. Duty failed successfully? Eh? Exactly, Glitch goes. Just like on a kazoo or something. You would make an acceptable Dread Pirate. Yeah, kind of like what happens when you level up post-Moogle. Also, Just want to highlight, have you noticed how insanely long I can get away with being in melee range with the mobs in these later dungeons, where so many other dungeons, like lower level, I had to run away way earlier. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I can't. I didn't run fast enough, so I'll just have to stand my ground here, I guess. Indeed, they're using Scathe. That's why they're having trouble killing me. They're using a terrible rotation. They could at least use Blizzard 1 or something. And I will actually say, speaking of Scathe, I do like the animation of Scathe. It is a shame that it sucks so much. Saab says, oh boy, Earth's found all DPS in a cutscene. Oh, I hope they're ready to do some damage. Now, I hope you're all ready to learn something new about... What's your name? Ah yes, the Octomammoth. The well-known Octomammoth. Still... This guy stands out more than the renowned, the threatening, the evil villain. You all know him. You all fear his name. Lava Scorpion. You know, the final boss of Small Heart, I believe. I believe the reason why Earth's Found is not in the Trials Roulette is because his difficulty is somewhere between extreme and, like, hard, which is still too hard for Trial Roulette. He has a legitimate DPS check. Like an actual DPS check. A Glitch Ghost said the same thing, yeah. Pretty sure that means this is the safe spot. Oh, Earth's Found predates extremes? Huh. Well, there you go. Now this next mechanic is going to get real tough. Oh, where will I find a safe spot? I believe this is the time where, like, most groups have finished the boss. Like, I've had groups that killed the boss before Breathstroke resolved, but, like, this is typically where your average group is done, I'm pretty sure. Wipe at 1%? Ah. This dungeon is part of the MSQ catch. It is there's one oh, he just does breathstroke again. Huh. There's only one dungeon after this one before you've done the last one. Like before you have completed the Endwalker dungeons. Well, that's a shame. Yeah, there's only 2 optional dungeons in Endwalker. And one of them is Stigma Dreamscape, and one of them is Smileton. I believe it's Stigma Dreamscape? Is it Stigma? Oh no! He turned it on me. Let's see if I can casually stroll to the other side. I'm a little disappointed that there's no new mechanics here. Like, it turns out that the last mechanic is actually the thing that comes after Breathstroke. That is a little bit of a shame. That is an interesting way to look at it, Catch. I suppose the alternative would be to, like, watch a legitimate guide. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Vocal Beat. Huh. I hadn't actually considered that. He stopped using telekinesis because he doesn't have any crystals to throw. Or what? I think he has a crystal to throw on both ends. I suppose the benefit of just watching someone do the fight instead of like watching a guide is that sometimes it can better highlight the things you need to worry about. Welcome back, Emir, and you're not invisible. And I hope you enjoy your milk. It would shock me if you had already soloed Lapis Manalis, because I do believe Cat Damon is in there as Gunbreaker right now. And is having, I think, from what they're saying in the link shell, they're saying something about problems after the first boss. Fair enough, Earth's Found is 2.5, so he's significantly after Extremes. Maybe the thing that happened with Earth's Found was that they were playing around with making trials slightly harder, and then they concluded that this isn't good. This is too hard for trial roulette or something, and then like they just decided to get weird with it like they've done. But yeah, I did see you, Ymir. Hey Nathan, hope you're doing well, and enjoy Shadowbringers. But yeah, I mean, you can still try. I just saw that Cat Damon already went in. Time-wise, it doesn't look very promising. Ugh. Yeah, if you start wiping on anything while you're doing a solo run, it starts to get really hectic if you, like, need that time for the final boss. Chrysalis isn't Trials Roulette. That's true, but I guess the difference here is that Chrysalis is a slightly over difficult MSQ trial, whereas Earth's Fount is a slightly difficult optional trial. That's my best suggestion as to why it could be different. But yeah, what you could do, like if you're trying to solo through a duty and you run out of time, but you were still progressing, is like you could always just get some help to like reprog to where you ran out of time and then just try again. If you specifically, like if for example you lost 20 minutes on wiping to a specific pack repeatedly, but it seems like you might be able to do the rest of the duty had you just not wiped at all, then you could also, you know, just prog back up and go, well, if I can beat it with 20 minutes, it might be possible. Or something. That's what I did with Castrum Meridianum a while back, is that we beat everything except the final boss because we ran out of time, because I lost like 30 minutes repeatedly wiping to Black Eft. Why did they remove Steps of Faith? I think it was just that it was a little too gimmicky. Like, personally... well, yeah, they removed Steps of Faith from the trials because it's a solo duty now, yes. I think they did it because it was a combination of too gimmicky and very easy. Like, it was like the ultimate example of this is really easy unless you don't know what you're doing. Same with the La Habrea fight? Yeah, I suppose. Well, that was very easy. Like, actually shockingly easy. Incredibly so. Ugh. Well, spilled water on myself. I'll be back in a moment. Manatee will protect you in the meantime. Right, I'm back. Sam says, I wish I could easily read those solo duties. Oh yes. I remember when people initially completed the Endwalker story, they were all like people were immediately like, okay, so how can I get back in and fight him again with like a different job? And everyone was like, you can't. New Game Plus doesn't cover that yet. And when New Game Plus started covering that, you were presented with the fact that you had to complete like, I think like a third or half of the Endwalker MSQ, like leveling story, to get one go. Which is maybe pushing it. Now with that said, can I have 3 volunteers to help me enter Lunar Subterrane? I agree, Glitched Ghost. It was, the remake is a lot better. Were there any dungeons you weren't able to solo as warrior? Just today, we weren't able to solo Lapis Manalis. But there's actually a bunch of duties that you can't beat. Usually, it's either about a DPS check you can't meet, or some sort of mechanic that requires more than one player that you just can't satisfy, that is too punishing if you don't. There's a DPS check on the final boss. The last floatsome had like 28% HP left, and I used tinctures. I tried everything. Exactly the final boss ad phase. Precisely. But we have people trying with Gunbreaker now. Cat Damon, who is also in the chat, is trying with Gunbreaker and having issues with trash packs, which didn't surprise me, but hopefully we can get some data nonetheless. Thank you. Wow! I've done this duty too many times. I zoned in and immediately I almost just went like my classic write a greeting in the party chat, go for it. I've done this duty too many times. Way too many times. Luna should be straightforward. I am very interested to see if there is anything that will cause trouble. I believe Cole mentioned the second boss has a... Was it someone else? I think it was Cole that mentioned a nasty stack marker on the second boss. But we don't have anything that is outright impossible to overcome. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Zav. You just like go for it and start doing the default response, you could say. Need to thank yourself for playing. Yeah, like after that long, do a solo an entire duty. Peter of Ladderfeld says, I'm curious what happens if the second boss runs out of pillars. I actually know that because on my first run of Lunar Subterrane back when it was completely new on release day, we actually saw that. The boss just keeps, to my memory, the boss just keeps dashing around. It just doesn't have the pillars falling down anymore. So it just becomes slightly easier after that. It is interesting that it just keeps going. Because there are other bosses that we've seen where after they've done a mechanic a set number of times, they just stop doing it. Which has led to fights where I was like, this fight is impossible. Only for the boss to stop doing the thing, making it impossible, and then it just flips to become instantly trivial. Like a particular example of that is the final boss in Anamnesis and Ida. I'm glad to hear you enjoyed that, Glitched Ghost. Thank you so much. And enjoy work. In the final boss in Anamnesis and Ida has that part where she summons ads. If you're alone, Yeah, exactly, the water one. If you're alone, you can only prevent one of the 4 ads from spawning. And it'll take you an eternity to kill the 3 ads that spawn. But she will only do, like, she will do the mechanic once where there's just 4 grates. And then she will do the mechanic where there's hands automatically killing 4 of the grates. And then 4 more ads where you have to stop them. After that, she will never do the mechanic again. And I specifically remember that my experience of that was that the ad phases took so much out of me that I was falling behind on cooldowns and I was next to dead. I was going to die if they kept this up. And then she stopped doing it. And without her ad phase, she would do tank busters less frequently for some reason, which led to me being able to recover. Like, she auto-attacked less, so I started to catch back up on cooldowns, and once I had finally caught up, the fight went from feeling impossible to trivial. So, yeah, a lot of bosses has this, where they only do a mechanic, like, 2 times. As a matter of fact, when we did Alzadaal's Legacy earlier, we discovered that the spin mechanic only happens twice. Not that it was difficult. Sixpack says, do you think that bosses should be harder, easier or harder over time? Personally, I think it makes sense that the boss keeps advancing and becoming more and more challenging as the fight evolves. I do, however, think that at least in dungeons, I actually think it would make better sense if they front-loaded the fights mechanics in a way, if they can. Like, a key reason why bosses often are dead before their mechanics really start to get interesting is because the bosses spend like 50% of their HP bar showing you each mechanic one at a time. And when they've finally shown you all of them, they don't have very long to actually start getting weird with it, right? Like, they don't get time to show very much of it. I think one way they could, like, work with that is if they put... I don't know how they would do it, but if they could put some of the boss mechanics of an upcoming boss on the trash packs leading up to it, so that you've already seen them. So when the boss does, like, starts casting this thing, well, one of the ads did that, so, like, if you paid attention, you already know. This would also make it more important to pay attention to trash packs while you're clearing them. Because that's actually, like, part of the reason why we don't really do very much in the way of, like, pulling one pack at a time anymore. Not even when you're doing a dungeon for the first time, once you get good enough at it, is because it doesn't really matter, does it? Like, if the packs happen to have some particular mechanic that is really brutal, if it's brutal enough that you wipe, then you take it from there. But most of the mobs don't have anything important enough. But if they started putting, like, the presentation of how boss mechanic works on the preceding trash packs leading up to it, then it would be more interesting to see those. And because you've already seen the mechanic, they can just start with the boss going, well, I'm doing this and this. Instead of them spending half of the HP bar getting, like, just showing you what it can do. Which would mean they could front load it. And the reason why I think that would be a good idea is because if they front load it, if you can survive, if the boss then, like, does it backwards, which is kind of what Sixpack's question was about, if you do it in reverse so that the boss, like, gets exhausted and starts, like, becoming simpler as the fight goes on, it means that the players that are really good and kill the bosses quickly only get to experience the hard part of the fight. And the players that are not as good, they can have this experience of, well, if we just survive the hard part, then we can make it to the safer part, and then we can, like, gradually wear the boss down. And then we will win over time. And as the boss gets exhausted, the mechanics become simpler, which means that if you can hold on, it becomes easier, which makes it easier to survive these kinds of mechanics for a group of worse players. Arguably, we don't need this, right? Like, most bosses are easy enough these days in dungeons that you can overcome it over time. So there's no need to make this change. But it was just like, if we're asking the question, then I think it would make bosses more interesting if the bosses front-loaded their mechanics more. That's what I think. In Pet of Lalafels, there were many duties in previous expansions that couldn't be done. Specifically because we're doing them synced. I stopped doing it minimum item level after A Realm Reborn. In fact, after A Realm Reborn, Castrum Meridianum, I think? I can't remember if I actually did. I think I did Castrum Meridianum just synced, not 100% sure. Because, like, the power difference between synced and minimum item level becomes way too massive. I believe most of the leveling dungeons of A Realm Reborn are soloable. And really, it's hard to say, like, because I have the entire series of, like, every stream VOD saved, you can of course check. But I will say that there's been many that I couldn't, like, there's been a good handful that I couldn't do. And usually, the reason has been, there's a DPS check you can't overcome. Or there's a mechanic where one player gets stun locked and needs to get helped by someone else. Because there is no someone else, you can't do it. Like, for example, the Aerie, you can't solo that. Warrior can beat the entire dungeon except the final boss, because he will just stun lock you to death. That's interesting, Lag Incarnate. I will also say that a lot of the boss mechanics in Criterion, they can jump ahead to make it harder, because you've already seen the simpler version of each mechanic in the variant version. Right? Or you at least have the option to. If there is only you, then Mr. Sloppy himself will just choose the tank, and then you die. So yeah. Sometimes it can be possible. Like, for example, we discovered in Hallminster Switch. Hallminster Switch is a dungeon that you can absolutely solo as warrior. Because the final boss will chain you for like 20 seconds. And then he will AoE you, but not instantly kill you. He'll hurt you a lot, but he will not actually kill you. Which means if you can survive that and recover from that, and you can, then you can beat it. And you can. It's just that every time you get chained, you're just sitting there for like 20 seconds. And because it's 20 seconds, you can't use any defensive cooldowns because they'll run out. Like, there's no point. It's better to save your defensive cooldowns to recover after the fact, because they'll run out before the damage actually arrives. Dude, that's a good point, Kragenmo. I had actually never made that connection. But that's a good point. The first boss has the thing with the owl statues that shoot lasers, and then there's singular mobs before that that kinda do the same thing. That's a good point. I will also say that we didn't do every single endgame dungeon in Realm Reborn, and we didn't do every single endgame dungeon in Heavensward. We did like a selection of them. I think we did all of them in Stormblood. Or at least we attempted all of them in Stormblood, I'm pretty sure. And we did all of them and we attempted all of them in Shadowbringers, and we're also attempting all of them in Endwalker. I have to say, it is a little scary to deal with these staves, because if I don't pay attention before he hides them, and I then get hit as a result, it's an immediate wipe, because I can't deal with the Doom mechanic if he puts it on me. Shadowbringers shouldn't be much of a problem. Don Meg's second boss has a hard enrage. The second boss in Amarot also has a hard enrage, yes. And you can't meet the DPS check on either one. But aside from that, you can solo all of the leveling dungeons in Shadowbringers. And I think you could... I can't remember exactly. Was there any dungeons in Shadowbringers we couldn't solo aside from Don Meg and Amarot? We also discovered in Amarot that the second boss isn't actually invulnerable when it leaves the arena for the ad phase. If you're wondering how we knew that, that's we went in and beat it with Blue Mage. And Blue Mage has an infinite duration dot. And I almost killed the boss with that dot alone. Yeah, exactly. The power of cringe. The immortal cringe debuff. That just kills you. Cat Damon says second boss down. Nice. Yeah, exactly. It's quite funny. I wonder, like, I haven't done this, but maybe one day we should revisit that and see what happens if the boss dies. Or loses all of its HP while it's not on the arena. Is it possible for Blue Mage to solo everything? Not everything. But they can solo, like, there's many things where if a regular job can't do it, Blue Mage can. Yeah, I agree with that, Angel Valadez. It probably just lands on 0.1% and just kind of stands there. Yeah, Blue Mage can also not, like, even if you wanted to. Anything that requires a limit break, a group of Blue Mages wouldn't be able to beat. Presumably. If it requires a limit break of some specific type, like a tank limit break, typically, then Blue Mages can't do it without bringing a tank. And yeah, Sixpack, Blue Mage has a spell called Mortal Flame. Which deals 40 potency every 3 seconds, but it doesn't have a duration. It just stays forever. Tank limit breaks might be circumventable with every Blue Mage using Diamondback. Let me give you an example, Aiko. Seed of Sacrifice. The boss there uses an attack that requires you to use tank limit break. While you would be able to survive it without the tank limit break damage reduction, the attack itself has a limit break check that checks whether you have tank limit break up. And if you don't, you lose. Like, it just, like, it doesn't matter. The screen fades to black. You lose. So sometimes you can circumvent it because Diamondback is absolutely insane, but sometimes there's nothing you can do. Exactly, bit of Lalafels. That it's something like that. That it just becomes an actual hard enrage if you don't have limit break on. No Home Like says it fades to black with everyone alive. That is even funnier. That's even funnier. It's just like, it just smacks you and then you're like, well, whew, that hurt really hard. Anyway, should we get back to it? And he just looks at you like, no, I won. What? And it just shows you like a contract. It says right here, if I use my limit break on you and you don't have tank limit break, then I win. That's how it works. That's the rule. That's the ruling. Judge says so.
For king and country.
I guess I didn't need to use Holmgang there. Oh well. That moment when each trash pack takes so incredibly long that you kinda have Holmgang for every single one of them. Indeed, Warcraft Traveler. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure when they made the upgrade so that Blue Mages could reach level 80, the patch notes specifically stated, like they outright, flat out said, there is not an action for Blue Mage in Seed of Sacrifice. I'm pretty sure I remember it said that, which is really, really weirdly specific. Can the NPCs take aggro? I think Durante can take aggro, but I don't think the other ones can. And that's also true, Lag Incarnate. The Seed of Sacrifice has quite a few fails in the first phase. Like, just a lot of things that you can just wipe on instantly if your healers are not prepared for the sudden everyone goes to 1 HP and doom. Oops. People die. If anyone's dead when the intermission starts, I believe, or if anyone fails the button mash, start over, if the tanks don't use their limit break on time, oops, fail, start over. But if you do all that correctly and then hit the boss, you get a checkpoint. I think you need to hit the boss. I'm not 100% sure on that. I think we have I think I have a note about that. I haven't tested this yet, but I have had a note from, I believe, from Viek since like months ago about, is it, like, do you actually need to hit the boss? Like, it's a myth. I don't know if it's actually needed. Like, I don't know if the check is, did you hit the boss after this bit, or did you survive this bit? Six says, I think you can be dead on intermission. I don't know. I've been told before that if you don't have it, you die. Like, if you're dead, then you will just auto-fail the intermission. I'm curious, what happens if Durante dies in this dungeon here? That is an excellent question. I imagine he can't die, even though he's losing it. Oh, he's using potions? He used a potion. Everyone, did you see it? He used a potion and healed for 32,000. That's a really good potion. My potions heal for 11,000. He has one for 32 and something. That's insane. Weird that it's like 32 and something. It's not just 33,000 or something. It's aquavit. For king and country. That's how you get the potions. You just have to fight for king and country. That's how you get the strongest potions.
What is dangerous? Have care, Golbez.
Special 13th potion technology. So this boss has a lot of AoE damage going out. But if I respect every single mechanic and don't get vuln stacks or a nasty dot on me from failing them, then we're good. And then easy mode, I'm pretty sure. Which, by the way, also means that I'm going to be exceptionally sandbaggy for this first bit. Because I don't want to risk it. Here it comes. How much damage? 27,000 through Bloodwetting Shield, Bloodwetting Damage Reduction, and Vengeance. I would, like, guesstimate like 50,000? No home like this. They soloed this boss as Dark Knight from 80%. Well, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Are you serious, man? That hurt a lot more. Was I a little faster on Bloodwetting so I didn't have the extra defensive, maybe? I also had Rampart and not Vengeance, but that was like 30% more. I've had the same experience, Caligulov. It's pretty consistent that that every time he does his dashes, I'm like, all right, time to summon Bahamut, or all right, time to use my big 2-minute burst or whatever. It's just, and then he just leaves. Just, I'm a head out. And I'm not like the type to like sit on my 2-minute burst on the trash pack leading up to it, so it's not like I'm making a like extensive effort to make that happen. I'm just going for it. By the way, that was the last pillar. Oh, those are the last pillars. Hello. I wasn't actually sure if my arm's length would be there in time. That's why I kind of circled back. Cat Damon has reported Monk got hands. I'm guessing the weird octopus-looking creatures before Kagnatsu in Lapis Manalis. I had the same experience that they hit like ridiculously hard. Like they smack for like 6,000 or 7,000 per swing. I think there's 3 of them in total if you do the full pull, but you're forced to face at least 2 of them. Ah, finally we can see what we're doing. Finally see what we're dealing with here. Good thing you cleared the walls here. Indeed, like an anti-enrage. That's a good word. An enrage. Nice. If I didn't know better, Caligula, there's a reasonable chance that it's intentional. That the boss, like, does a thing. I don't remember you having a tank buster, buddy. What was that? An oversized ant versus versus angry glasses wearing girl. Yep. That would certainly... I imagine that would be the solution if they ever made like an extreme or savage version of this fight, Warcraft Traveler. It's very polite of him. He waits, like he does the stack marker, and then he waits exactly long enough that I can use Bloodwedding again. Like precisely long enough that it's not a non-issue. Very polite Antlion. Antlion. How do I say it? Lore accurate handler and are they all this big? You know what the saddest part is? Imagine this from the boss's perspective. It's seeing me like getting worn down and losing HP. Like it is working its way through my HP so slowly, somehow, very slowly. The reason why it's really sad is because I haven't used equilibrium this whole time. So it's like, imagine you're fighting with a boss for like 10 plus minutes and you're like, you're somehow wearing it down through its built-in heals and stuff 1% at a time. And then when you finally get the boss like half HP, it just uses Benediction. I believe that was an actual thing that happened in FF11, wasn't it? Yeah, exactly. Assuming no one else sniped your pull, yeah. And Cat Damon has reached the final boss in Lapis Manalis. Don't know how much time you have left on the clock, but I hope you have enough to reasonably try the fight before you get kicked out after this much effort. Your steps are really loud. Why? Noted. The big dog, not only it has a tank buster, which I already knew, but it actually hurts a bit. Sometimes I wish I could ethereal manipulate to a boss or just become a sage. And you can. All you have to trade is, I believe, 35 seconds longer cooldown. No? That's not a good trade? Oh, well. Transpose yourself into a better job. Transpose your ethereal manipulation into better manipulation. Sounds like a job for Filler Cleave. Old ethereal manipulation had a 3-minute cooldown, right? I believe there was a time in A Realm Reborn where ethereal manipulation used to have a 3-minute cooldown or something stupid like that. Yes. But I think it was changed, like, in A Realm Reborn or in Heavensward or something like that. Not to 10 seconds like it is now, but to less than 3 minutes. There's a lot of cooldowns that were absolutely insane. I think Swiftcast was 5 minutes, and then one patch, like one major patch later, it was changed to 1 minute based on what I could find looking back into the files. The dark timeline. Yeah, Dragoon's backflip probably had a 1-minute cooldown. From A Realm Reborn up to and including Stormblood, Elusive Jump deleted half of your enmity when you used it. So it made sense that it was like that it maybe had a slightly longer cooldown, because using it on cooldown was indirectly a DPS gain because it gave you more space behind the tank. As soon as Yoshi-P realized it wouldn't be OP or put into many mechanics that he had to stop DPS for. I do like the comedy in that every time Black Mage gets something really nice, it's like, it's probably because Yoshi-P realized that it was annoying. It would be hilarious if one day he was like, yeah, you know, all those quality of life changes that Black Mage has gotten over the years, me, all of them. Like, I realized that we could really use this thing. Oh boy. Durante just like, where are you going, Golbez? What are you doing? Wait, no wait, we split up, so he isn't even here to see me run away with the mobs. It's interesting that Shadowbringer's last boss has Lunar Bahamut and is followed by Endwalker, which is themed around Final Fantasy IV. And Endwalker's final boss, final dungeon, has Antlion. And Dawntrail seems Final Fantasy IX chord. Well, I mean, a trend has to start somewhere, so it is possible that there is a connection there. I think what the Alzadaal is alluding to here is that we had the Antlion boss long before we knew Dawntrail was the expansion name, didn't we? I'm pretty sure. So it would suggest, if this is actually a thing, that when the final dungeon of Dawntrail comes out, we would be able to, like, maybe glean something of the next expansion from something there, is the hypothesis, I suppose. Hard to say. Oh, I think we talked about that previously, Fisherman. I think we actually talked about that specifically in the context of, could Blue Mage do it? Specifically by doing that trick that you mentioned, that you can survive it by making sure someone is dead and rest, and can then get up in time. That is interesting. Does it not fade to black if you do that? Rant about to flame the tank for dragging out of Dawson.
So be it. I will fight you with all my strength. Ether to fortify my blade.
Ether to fortify my blade.
I need power. Light or dark, it matters not.
Would you prefer if it was light or dark?
Savagery ill suits you.
Such savagery ill suits you. Oh. Good that you checked, Sixpack. Thank you.
You've weathered this before. Let's see how you fare now.
Skull, do you have a taste preference? It does like very heavy, evil-looking armor, but he is good. So maybe he prefers it light. Contrapasso! Ow. I was just thinking about this.
Not this day.
Oof. Zoinks, that's a lot of damage. I hope you don't do that twice. Wowzers.
Prepare yourself.
Thank you for the warning.
It's over, my friend.
That is an interesting tech, Ryoma. Oh. He didn't do the interesting one. Don't you want some of this old magic? Oink. Nice one, Skeleton. Why didn't he shoot the giant orb in the center of the arena to guarantee a hit? Is he stupid? It turns out that he does do this mechanic. Ow, again. I think we found the loop, everyone. Prepare yourself? Okay.
It's over, my friend.
Excuse me? What's with these bosses about doing 2 loops of all their mechanics and then going, oh right, a tank buster! I should try that! Galatea did it? The Antlion did it? This guy did it? What? Endwalker moment. Hey Blanco, hope you're doing well. Ah, the boring one again. That's their LB. I don't know, Emi. It's because the overlay, for some reason, I can only set it to take the top chat, and the top chat apparently filters that out. But I think that's a good thing. Did he just stand there for a moment? Like, just stood there like, why are you still alive? No, Ymia, the thing is, when you write messages, you can see all of them. But when other people write things that don't go in the top chat, then you can't see them. I'm pretty sure. You know, Catch, I like to imagine that the way that the boss takes it is, you know how in a, like, where you just spam potions and then the boss heals up once and you have that feeling of, he's cheating. I mean, yeah, I can see it because I have my, like, I have the chat on my left set to live chat, but the overlay is top chat, and I can't change that for some reason. Exactly, Catch. Excuse me. I thought I had to beat through all of your 10 million HP and it would be fine. Yeah, I could see it, Emir, but only on my left, not on my right. The real question is who lost most HP in this fight. And you know what the weirdest part is? That is a legitimate question.
Not this day.
Yeah, I feel like that they kind of just make sure you're used to it by making sure that even like the early gym leaders do it. Like, so you don't feel like it's like the game going, well, you can do it, obviously they can do it.
Over, my friend.
I didn't have to go this early. Oh well. Sometimes, Blanco, you need a certain amount of DPS to beat a boss, because there's a DPS check a tank can't beat, for example. Or, you know, you don't want to be in a duty for 50 plus minutes to beat it. So you bring some DPS that can kill the boss faster. And weirdly, a lot of the time, you need a healer to, like, maintain those DPS. Not always, because Warrior's that good. We got the funny one! Do you know where the safe spot is when it looks like this, everyone? Do you know where it is? That's right, it's in the middle. Based on what I've observed, he can only do that configuration after he has done the one where it's like either side is the safe spot at least once. So like the third time he does Contrapasso, that's the time it can happen. But usually he's dead. Like in your average group, he's probably dead before he gets to that one. So a lot of people don't even know that he can target the center at all like that. That's right, it goes in the square hole. I had seen it so few times that when someone mentioned that there was that configuration, I was like, nah, there's no configuration where the safe spot is in the middle. Until they showed me. And then one day I saw it myself and was like, oh yeah. He's usually dead before tank buster goes out. I didn't know he had a tank buster. And yeah, that's also how I usually see it, BMO. I don't have to go this. I don't know why I do this. And like I run over and then I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, right, I didn't have to go. You saw it on the first one 2 days ago? Huh. I've never seen it on the first, like, well, here's the thing. The first one he uses it, he does it like in a line where he does it either like horizontal or vertical, and the safe spot is always in the middle. There's also other safe spots, but the middle is safe. Then the second time, he does the thing where he does like that, shape, where the safe spot is the lone, or like this shape. And then the third time, he can, to my understanding, he can do the shape where the safe spot is in the middle again, despite there being 5 orbs. But if you're certain that you've seen the configuration where there's 5 orbs and the safe spot is in the middle, as this, like, basically the second one, then fair enough. I've never seen it. I've never seen it happen. That's a Square Enix RNG for you. I do have to say it was very, I felt very justified when I shared that note, that this weird observation that I've had so many times, like the Suzaku one I mentioned in a recent Mythbuster video, and a lot of people were like, yeah, I've seen that too, it's really weird. Very, very satisfying that I'm not the only one. Hey Neodym, I don't have best in slot. I basically have casual best in slot. Because I just have fully augmented tombstone gear and a augmented ring. So you don't need to raid Savage to do what I do here. Or you could do this in Artifact. I mean, I think you would get one-shotted by the tank buster if you did this in Artifact gear. Yeah, exactly. The stack would probably kill outright. Nice. Oh, an extra materia. Thank you. Illegally can't tank buster you if you say nuh-uh. No, Homelike says, I think it's actually faster for most people to, from scratch, figure out how to do Savage content than it is to do every Alliance raid in Endwalker 33 times. I mean, it depends on your skill level. I know a lot of people would like a lot of people that are not Savage raiding. By the way, we did it in like 54 minutes. A lot of people that are not Savage raiding are skilled enough that they could absolutely do it. Like, they could absolutely Savage raid. And the key thing is with Savage raiding is that I believe on average most Savage raid bosses drop like 4 pieces of equipment. So on average you get half of an upgrade per encounter. And if you can beat it, like once you have it on farm, if you can beat it like each try in like 10 minutes, like if you just do it first try, every like farm clear, which is a bit wishful thinking sometimes, but if we assume that, then you could probably do like 3 full runs of a Savage raid. You would be able to do 3 full runs before someone could beat Thalia once, on average. If we assume each Savage raid takes 10 minutes, which would mean that on average you would be able to get 1.5, assuming like you get like even split of gear, you would get 1.5 pieces of equipment in the time it would take to get 1 coin, and you need 3, which would mean that you would probably be able to get like 4, at least 4 pieces of equipment before someone could like do like, assuming again, we're assuming that you're basically just power grinding with a god tier group with no mistakes, which doesn't always happen. Then you could easily outpace using Alliance raids. But, as others mentioned, there's a very important detail that you can get the coins from Alliance raids without trying. And I'm not even saying not trying hard, I'm saying not trying. A while ago, I had a stream where we just spammed those Alliance raids. And we discovered after the stream that someone had like run a DPS meter and posted the log for some of them. And the sad thing, I believe we did Thalia where I was playing Reaper. I wasn't doing amazingly well. I did some mistakes, but I still had like a purple pass, I believe. There was a 1 pass summoner in the Alliance raid. Now, I want to be clear that I'm pretty sure you can also have a 0 pass. I'm pretty sure, not like fully 100%, but I'm pretty sure you can have a 0 pass, meaning that you're actually at the bottom. For this person to have a 1 pass means that they had to have done better than someone else, right? 1 pass. I'll get to that in a moment, Catch. This person was doing about a 10th, if not less, of the DPS that I was doing as Reaper. They were Summoner, I was Reaper. They were doing a tenth of the damage I was doing. Which means that there were people doing worse than that as summoner. That's what one pass really means. For those that don't know how this jargon works, yeah, exactly, 0 pass and casual content is basically AFKers. The way that this works is that when you have a log, that can be compared with everyone else that has posted a log, right? This means that the pass value is essentially, like, as we say, a 1 pass or a 90 pass or whatever, is the percentage of players you beat. Like, percentage of logs of your job in that duty you beat. Which means that if you get a 90 pass, for example, which I believe is purple, then you did better than like 90% of logs that have been posted of this encounter with your job. So a 1 pass means that this person that was doing a 10th of the damage I was doing as Reaper, and sure, Reaper can do more damage than Summoner, sure, but there were people doing less than a 10th that has been passed previously for this person to get a 1 pass. That's what that means. Also, hey Lemon, hope you're doing well. Whether we're winning, we beat Alzadaal's Legacy, that was actually easy. We beat Aetherfont, that was honestly also really easy, and we beat Lunar Subterrane. We just beat it. We beat it in 55 minutes or so. And it was also kind of easy. We did discover that, interestingly, that Galatea, you know, the goth girlfriend in Lapis Manalis, has a tank buster that she uses after she's looped all of her mechanics twice. We also discovered that the Antlion, the second boss in Lunar Subterrane, has a tank buster that it will use after it has looped its pillar mechanic 4 times and runs out of pillars. And we discovered that Durante has a tank buster that he will use after he has looped all of his mechanics twice. Weird. And then it's also true, Sixpack, that while you can have a really low pass, that's still a clear, and that's true. That is also a key point that I bring up when I talk about my in my mistakes that X makes videos, is that while you can make mistakes, sometimes the mistakes I mention in those videos are kinda banal or like pedantic, but they still matter for the like overall performance. The real important takeaway is that, I mean, if you beat a duty, then you beat the duty, so whatever, right? It's only a matter of you could do better, and that's also the important takeaway with passes, is there are people that performed better than you, which the positive to that is you have room to grow. I think that's the better takeaway from this. That you could do better. There's no you have to, it's just you could do better. Where if you're already at the peak and you have the highest pass, then maybe there's a little bit less motivation to do better. Cat Damon, by the way, Cat Damon actually attempted Lapis Manalis while I was doing, I believe they started while I was in Aetherfont. And they said, let's see, the final boss seemed kinda doable, but the last crystal was, so the last float sum was at 20%, and it disappeared mid burst strike animation. Which sounds familiar, because for me, the last float sum disappeared around 28%. in the middle of the fell cleave animation. Kind of similar, but it does seem like Gunbreaker has these better potential, maybe? I guess? We have basically the same, mostly the same gear? Actually the same gear, because you would get synced down, so your materia wouldn't even matter. One says a clear plus take all the loot plus not giving commendations plus ratioed. And yes, exactly, Clement. It's you have room to grow if you want to. And the thing is, if you're looking at logs, then you probably are interested in growth. You probably are interested in doing better. So it's good to know you could do better. The thing is, sometimes people look at that and get really disappointed. And part of that can stem from the fact that if you're, for example, if you're looking for a static, like you're looking for a raid team to join, not all of them do this, but some of them will check your logs to see how you've performed previously. And if you have a gray, like a really low pass, and that's your best performance in certain encounters they care about, that doesn't look good. Even like you can throw a tantrum and scream and get mad all you like, but they see that and go, it's not super great, is it? Emir says my logs are hidden. That doesn't look good either. They go, can we see some of your passes? And you go, no, my logs are hidden. Why are they hidden? It's the same as if like, you know, a journalist walks up to a politician and go, what's your opinion on X or X or Y? And the politician says, I choose to not answer that. That's kind of like saying whatever you don't want to hear me say. It's not a good look. And yeah, exactly, Perrin. The logic in them checking logs is that, and this is weird, and this is also very weird to talk about in a solo challenge stream, isn't it? The reason why joining a raid team can sometimes feel like a job interview, the reason for that is because the same logic applies to a job interview. They could choose anyone. Why should they choose you? And that's the same. Like I could say that sentence and you would be uncertain whether I meant a static or a job interview. They could choose anyone that applied. Why should they choose you? And in a raiding context, you can show your pass. And see, the interesting thing is that a very high pass, like an extremely high pass, could, and this is like a really, really fringe thing, but it could also be a red flag. Because sometimes the only way for you to actually get a really high pass is sometimes to do things that you might not want people to do normally. Like, for example, a healer refusing to cast healing spells, outright refusing to, even if it's needed, or a summoner or a red mage refusing to raise anyone, even if it is needed, or other players, like any job really, just really going a bad way about doing mechanics because it's a DPS loss and they need their pass. And sometimes if you have an exceptionally high pass, it's because you're a little too focused on passing, and it's not always a good thing to have that person who's too focused on doing the maximum DPS in the group, because sometimes that is a detriment. No Home Like says, our static usually checks that someone has cleared high-end content before. That's also a good point. And yes, exactly, Caligulov. That is exactly the reason why you might not want someone who passes at the highest peaks of the peaks, because they might not agree. As in, they might prefer to die in an attempt over doing less than maximum damage, which sounds insane, but that's exactly like, I posted a video a while back where I talked about how you might perceive, like how you might see a job based, like how difficult you might find a job based on how you play the game. And one of the hypothetical players I presented, which some people took offense to, I called the passer. A lot of people took offense to because they identified as a passer, but they were in fact nothing like this person. Is that this kind of player might be so focused on doing the maximum possible damage that it might be detrimental. They're rare, but it is possible that it can be a bad thing. Brontom says, I've not passed before. Guess it's a recommended thing for starting to raid. It's not required. It's not required. If you're a console player, then you have basically, let me put it like this. If you try to join a static and they ask you why you don't have any logs to post, if you go like, well, I have cleared said content and there's no log from it, then if you're on a console, your legitimate response is, well, I play on console, I can't actually run the DPS meter. Then that's not your fault. No one happened to be running the DPS meter, or if someone did, they didn't post a log, and if they did, they made it private, so you can't see it. And if you're on PC, a legitimate reasoning is, I don't like using mods. I don't feel comfortable about doing that. Then they have to accept the fact that you feel like that, so they can't then later go, well, actually would like it if you had AZT or something. But you don't have to have this, but it might close you out of some groups if they insist on seeing some logs. And yeah, exactly that. That is also like, let me put it like this. I have not posted any logs in Endwalker. But if you look up my name, you might find something. Because if you just happen to be in someone else's log, if you were in a duty with someone else and they logged it and they let it be public, then you can find it. Alright, Catch. Thank you for coming. And thank you. But yeah, Caligula, it's totally understandable. I will say that there are some mods that are perfectly, quote-unquote, perfectly safe. You can't always be sure, but usually, if it's a mod that is used by enough people, there's a very high chance that if there was some sort of malicious thing running in the background, someone would have seen it. So usually it's fine. However, it might be possible if you find some weird mod from some obscure website that you might not want to install that. And yeah, exactly, Nina Zeng. If you go to FF logs and write my character name, you will presumably find logs for both of my characters. And I haven't passed anything in Endwalker. Let's see, Cat Damon added something extra to the Lapis Manalis thing from the Gunbreaker perspective. Let's see, he said, I was 23 minutes faster on Warrior to reach the final boss than Gunbreaker. Which is a huge amount of time. I think we spent like 40 minutes, or was it 50? I can't remember if it was 40 minutes. We had 40 minutes left when we reached the last boss. So taking 23 minutes more to do that would mean that you would have time for like 2 real attempts. Something like that. Like 2 to 3 real attempts. And then you don't have enough time. And yes, absolutely, Saf. There's, to be fair, just to make sure no one thinks this is required, there's plenty of groups that don't care about parsing. Correct. There's plenty of groups that don't care about parsing, and if they do care about parsing, it can get very awkward for them to mention that in-game. And like, that is an important fact to keep in mind. And I guess I might not have been too clear about saying that. But I feel like the important part when I say consoles can't even use mods in any way, that should be your safety sign to say that it is unreasonable to require anyone to have mods. And that is further compounded by the fact that officially mods are entirely illegal in Final Fantasy XIV. So, if you don't feel comfortable using mods, then don't. I also very much recommend for you the safety of your account, just to be sure that I don't know if there's been much, like a lot of people that have been punished for it, but for your own sake, if you do record what you do in the game and post it publicly online, try to hide your mods for your own sake if you want to be sure. More just visual mods tend to like be quote-unquote safer, but anything is possible, so you might not want your character name attached to something that is clearly modded, just in case. And what I mean by that is that for years at this point, Monster Hunter has been like modded since it came to PC. And a while ago, suddenly Capcom had this weird decision that suddenly they didn't want that. Just for a moment, apparently. And in that moment, they decided to copyright claim and take down a lot of Monster Hunter videos that had used, like, that either used mods or used, like, either blatantly used mods and was obvious, or they used mods that, like, modified RNG or something, and it said so in the description or something. Like, if there was any mention of them using mods, then BAM! Punishment. And that was a case of it was okay until it wasn't. So that's why I'm saying, for your own sake, I believe the way they used it, Darth, is possibly illegal. I don't believe they did copyright strikes. I believe they did the takedowns, where they say you have to take this video down. There's a difference. And the key is that if they copyright strike 3 of your videos, then you might be done. Yeah, but that's the reason why I'm saying this. I know that there's plenty of footage publicly available, and there's nothing happened in Final Fantasy XIV. I'm just saying that if you want to be absolutely safe, things could change tomorrow. They could change tomorrow. Unlikely, but they could. They could change when Dawn Trail releases. They could change when 7.1 releases. Could change when 7.2 releases. So, for your own sake, just think about that for a moment. There's actually a weirder part of this, Perrin. I believe I was told that that part of the reason for why it is quote-unquote illegal like that is because the Japanese law is stricter on this stuff, to the point where you're not allowed to mod consoles at all or something like that. And that means that you kind of need to have this kind of no exceptions stance on it. But if you're not like flagging it straight in their face that you're doing it, then Square Enix, or specifically like the team behind Final Fantasy XIV, can just choose to be exceptionally bad at looking. Like, they can do that. Well, Darth, part of the problem there, and when you say they can only prevent them from being shown in a specific area, Capcom, part of the thing that is really important about streaming and putting videos up of video games on the internet is that all of this Final Fantasy XIV I'm showing you right now, right? There is a creator guideline. They have, and legally, to my knowledge, they have the right to tell you that you're not allowed to show Final Fantasy XIV if they so desire. Most games and companies behind them have just discovered that the advertisement and the community that it brings is worth the potential loss when some people, some potential customers go, why would I buy the game when I can just watch someone play the game from start to finish and then never play it myself? Because that's rare. But technically, they have the right to say, no, you're not allowed to show Final Fantasy XIV ever. Which is also the reason why Nintendo gets away with what they do, yes. They can just choose that you're not allowed to show this. And if the company behind a game is big enough, they can just, like, snipe every video, every stream of it. It used to be a problem. It used to be a much bigger problem because the companies didn't know what to do with this new thing where people were basically sharing the entire experience of their games online for free. I believe that was it, by the way, Pazakali. And weirdly, I feel like a lot of people already have forgotten about that and got more focused on on the exceptionally aggressive response they suddenly got. Nintendo has opened up a bit. Like, there's like this very small opening. Very little. And that's fair enough, Darth. Part of the reason why it doesn't work like that in practice is because the way that this YouTube system works, just for anyone curious, is if I post a video of something that the original owner of that media doesn't want, even though it's fair use, they can claim it and say that they don't believe it's fair use. All I can do then is I can counterclaim and write a response letter and say, I believe that I'm in the right because so-and-so, and YouTube will then give that response to, like, the claimer, and if the claimer stands their ground, they can just say, nah, it's not fair use. Then YouTube goes, well, then I have to take that claimer to court. Hypothetically. That is the next step, and that doesn't happen much, right? So that's why it puts this awkward position. But I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if that's actually how it works from start to finish. But that is the problem, is that the bigger companies can often get away with muscling a little bit further than they should, because the person they're attacking doesn't have the means to go further than, like, saying, please don't do that. And that is actually a common problem. You may have heard sometimes in my streams, whenever Torn from the Heavens comes on in a fight or anything, my reaction is I do this immediately. Like, I just, oh, nope, no Torn from the Heavens. And Torn from the Heavens is a great song. The reason why I do that is because every single time I've had a stream where Torn from the Heavens is played for some part where I haven't been talking directly over it, I have gotten a claim that asks they want 50% of the ad revenue from the stream. But the creator guidelines actually include specifically that I'm allowed to use, among other songs, Torn from the Heavens as long as it is accompanied by gameplay, which is exactly what it was. And the thing is, the claim comes from I believe it's Warner, which claims that the Torn from the Heavens that plays in the background of my stream is a cover of their orchestral arrangement of the same song, which is actually a cover, which makes it even funnier. All you have to do if you get one of those, by the way, if any of you get one of those in the future, is it says in the creator guidelines of Final Fantasy XIV, it says so that you're allowed to use it. Just point to the specific section and whatever and say that, well, there is gameplay there, so I'm in my right to use it. And what they usually do then is that Warner doesn't respond to it for a month, which automatically counts you as the winner, and then they leave it be. But it's still annoying because it takes like 10 minutes to fill out that formula. They also do it with the Gold Saucer theme, among others. I believe the song that plays on the on the new Borg. Do I not have it here? Here it is. On a Toggle, that one can also release such a claim, but it's from elsewhere. The reason why this kind of stuff is very interesting is because some of you may remember from years ago that a lot of YouTubers were scared of singing Happy Birthday, and some still are, is because Warner auto-claimed all of them, and people didn't know what to do about it because they didn't know for sure if Warner actually had the right to claim that, and if you counter-claim and you're not in your right, then that can punish you harder. You don't want that to happen. So Warner just collected ad revenue for the Happy Birthday song for years. There's actually a Wikipedia article about it, and they were forced to pay back a lot of money when the court discovered that that was actually not something they had the right to. And I believe they just pointed again to an orchestral arrangement they had this one time. Weird. Weird. And yeah, that's also true, Vince, that the claim trolls, the reason why I believe this died down quite heavily is because I believe YouTube changed some things where basically, claim trolls, if they claim and you then counter-claim, basically you say, I'm pretty sure I'm in the right, the claim troll has to dox themselves to stand by their claim. And that's not fun, is it? And yeah, exactly, Zab. That is the reason why this happens. with Warner is that I'm guessing they just have like an automated bot that does this, and I imagine the reason why they just let the claims go through is because most of the counter claims that happen are because the bot did an oopsie. But it's really annoying that they don't like remove certain songs from their catalog of things they should claim after getting counterclaimed enough times on it. Like, maybe they should like get the point, take a hint. Anyway, now we've soloed some dungeons. We've talked about how to solo some FF logs and also do it in a group when you can't solo it. We've also talked about soloing getting copyright claimed. Somehow I've managed to circle this in to somehow make sense. With that said, if you enjoyed the company of the wonderful people that you have seen in the chat, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join where you'll find me and I believe most of the people in the chat. You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up. For example, tomorrow we have basically the finale of the mistakes that X makes, where we finish with ranged physical jobs. And on Sunday we have Small Kai's side quest, where we'll be leveling Bard some more. You will also find the announcement room where you'll find links to videos and streams when they come up. And you will also find the role assignments room. And if you grab that one, if you go to that one, you can grab the reminder role. And if you do, you'll get a notification whenever I post a video or a stream. You'll also get an extra notification around 15 minutes before a stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you did enjoy this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube system down below. As that tells the YouTube algorithm that this was a very enjoyable stream. You would like other people to enjoy it as well. Of course, that helps me. If you have the new janky YouTube layout that I've heard is kind of weird, you might not be able to find the like button on a stream, but if you switch to the cinematic mode, it should appear like the video description will when you do, I've been told. Hopefully that helps you. So help me. And if you want to support me even more directly, you can also become a member of the channel. You can gift memberships. You can use the super chat if you like. You can also, if you don't want to use YouTube stuff, there's a Ko-Fi link in the description. All of it is optional. There's nothing like no hidden videos behind a quote-unquote a paywall. It's all free on YouTube. Speaking of copyright, the creator guidelines of Final Fantasy XIV says that you're not actually allowed to have like private streams like that where it's members only, as I recall. So there's a very small chance that I would suddenly start doing member exclusive streams and videos under that guideline alone. Isn't that something? I suppose not, yeah, but it's not a requirement. Imagine if I started requiring it. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I don't know what we will do with this kind of solo challenge stream in the future. Maybe I'll go back to some of those that we didn't manage to finish, or maybe we'll try something else every second Thursday or something. Thank you so much for the gifted membership, Emir. Thank you, I really appreciate it. And enjoy the emotes, Clement. With that, good morning, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye.